Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Hooray! All right, well, maybe we will turn the volume up a little bit. Is that any better for you all? Yeah? Okay, fantastic. Well, a very, very warm welcome this morning to the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Welcome to you all, a packed house in the lecture theatre, and also to many of you joining us online who are watching us from the corner of the room, the camera over there. Today, we are here to celebrate the life, the works, the legacy of James Hutton. On this day, the 3rd of June 2026, his 300th birthday. Now, I think that deserves just a little bit of a whoop. Come on, people. We have been waiting. Yes. Some of us have been waiting a long time for this incredible tercentenary to arrive, and here we are. I think the point about Hutton to me is, even if you know a little bit about Hutton, and I am assuming that those of you who've signed up for a full day symposium about him, all of you will at least have an inkling of who he is. But I think the point is, if you know a bit about Hutton, it's probably unlikely that you know the full story. And exploring Hutton as a polymath and understanding all the facets of his impact is what today is really all about. And there is no better place to do that than the Royal Society of Edinburgh, where Hutton was a founding fellow. So anyway, on to business. My name's Hermione Coburn. Let me just bring that up. Yeah, my name's Hermione Coburn. I am a fellow here at the RSC. I'm a geomorphologist. I work in public engagement with science, and I'll be chairing the daytime event. What's in store? Well, we've got a morning session taking us up to lunch at 12:25, and up until then, we're going to be hearing from 4 different speakers, leading us into the first Q&A. Upstairs, there is a wonderful exhibition for you to take in over lunch. And then in the afternoon, we have another great session with speakers, a Q&A, and then a panel discussion, taking us to the end of the daytime event at 4:30. There are running orders around the building if you would like to get your hands on one of those. I hope that many of you will be staying for the evening event. There's a wonderful evening event that will be chaired by my fellow and good friend, Stuart Munro, over there. And we have Ian Stewart as our special guest speaker tonight, as well as many other panelists and contributors to that. So before we get going, just a little bit of housekeeping. There is no planned fire drill for today. That means if we hear the fire drill, it is for real. Please exit the room via the door that you came in. If for any reason we can't go out there, we'll go out this door here. And just please be aware of RSE staff who will guide you in the event of a fire alarm. Second piece of housekeeping. Today's going to be a busy, full-on day, and if you want to retreat and find a bit of a quiet space, the RSC have a room reserved. So please just ask at the front desk, and someone will direct you to that space just to opt out for a bit of the day before you feel ready to engage back with the content of the day. Final piece I would like to say before we get started. We've really tried to create a day with generous opportunity for discussion and questions. So please get your questions ready during the presentations and then be ready to ask them. For those of you in the room, we've got roving microphones and we'll come to you and ask you to ask your question. For those of you online, please use the chat function and a member of RSE staff or perhaps myself will read out your question for you. So that's it from me. I would like to now invite Professor Martin Hendry, FRSE, to the podium to give the welcoming address of this wonderful commemorative event. Thank you.
Thank you, Hermione, and good morning, everyone. So as Vice President of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all this morning to our symposium. The RSC is Scotland's national academy. It was created in 1783 by Royal Charter for the advancement of learning and useful knowledge. And our contemporary mission remains the same, the deployment of knowledge for the public good. And the RSC's origin story is closely linked to the Scottish Enlightenment, that remarkable 18th century period when Edinburgh's intellectual climate fostered great leaps forward in the arts, sciences, and social sciences. All of that prompted the French philosopher Voltaire, no less, to observe that we look to Scotland for all our ideas of civilization. Not sure if that's quite so true today, but nonetheless, that's where we were in the late 1700s. And at that time, the most prestigious of Edinburgh's many clubs and societies was the Edinburgh Philosophical Society. And in June 1783, it transformed itself into the Royal Society of Edinburgh, with all 179 members of the Edinburgh Philosophical Society automatically becoming founding members of the RSC. Now, the first meeting of the new society took place in the old library of Edinburgh University on Monday, 23rd of June, and its founding members included the renowned geologist, agriculturalist, chemical manufacturer, naturalist and physician, James Hutton, who, as Hermione has said, was born in Edinburgh on this very day in 1726. So the RSC is delighted to host today's symposium, and I would like to thank our speakers, our chairs, our panellists, and the RSC staff who've made it all possible, together, of course, with all of you for giving your time to share in our celebration of a truly remarkable figure in the RSC's history, and indeed the history of Scotland. One of the most influential participants in the Scottish Enlightenment. Today's symposium honours Hutton as the founder of modern geology. And as an astrophysicist, that's where I first became aware of Hutton's legacy, because he transformed our understanding of the Earth. And at a time when many believed the planet was only a few thousand years old, he proposed that landscapes are shaped gradually over deep time by processes still observable today. But James Hutton's legacy, as we've heard from Hermione, is so much more than this. He was a visionary polymath whose pioneering work across agriculture, climate, and philosophy remains relevant today. And it's this aspect of his legacy which adds a further, very timely dimension to today's symposium, as we recognise the critical need for multidisciplinary solutions to the societal challenges we currently face. So, the warmest of welcomes to and from the RSC to today's events. I trust that you'll enjoy the symposium as much as I will, and I look forward to a day filled with illuminating insights and stimulating discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. It's great to hear an astrophysicist saying, the relevance of Hutton to you as you began your career. And I was thinking today on the way here, when did you become aware of Hutton? When did Hutton mean something to you in your career, perhaps? And I think that's something I'd love to hear from you all, because I think it's going to really exemplify just how broad Hutton's influence is. So without further ado, we're going to move on to our first session of the day. And this is about setting the scene with the historic significance of polymath James Hutton. And I'd like to invite the first of our three speakers to the stage. Ray Perman, FRSE, will be talking about Hutton and his significance to the RSC and the Enlightenment. Now, Ray has had a very interesting career, but I think some of you, certainly for me, I know Ray through his book, James Hutton, The Genius of Time. And this book, if you don't have a copy of it, it is for sale upstairs in the exhibition. And today is a special day because the paperback edition of this book is being launched to take place on Hutton's birthday. So, Ray, there's the sales pitch done for you. But I think you've got a lot more to say than that. So please welcome to the stage. I'll go this way.
Thank you very much, Hermione. 10% commission to you. My job is to essentially cover the first 60 years of James Hutton's life, and I've got half an hour to do it. So fasten your seatbelts, because I'll be driving very, very fast indeed. Who was James Hutton, and why was the RSE so important to him? So this is James Hutton. This is actually the best portrait we have of him. It's by Henry Raeburn. And it tells us quite a lot about Hutton, and it's worth looking at in some detail. First of all, look at what he's wearing. Most people, most men of that age who are important enough or rich enough to have their portraits painted, dressed up for the occasion. David Hume, who was a rough contemporary of Hutton's, was painted twice. Once in a magnificent brocade waistcoat, and then a second time with a red turban, the thinking cap of the intellectual. Hutton is in his everyday clothes. Robert Louis Stevenson, when he saw this picture several decades after Hutton's death, called it Quakerish raiment. It's not quite the black suit of the Quakers, but it's a simple suit. It's his everyday clothes, and some of his waistcoat buttons are undone and Rayburn doesn't tidy him up. It's not because Hutton is fat. In fact, he was quite slim. He led quite a frugal life. He didn't eat terribly much. He drank no wine with his meals. He led a very active outdoor life, but he wasn't overly caring about his appearance. The next thing to notice about him is he's bald. He's bald and he doesn't care who knows it. Now, men of position at this time commonly wore wigs. His two closest friends, the economist Adam Smith and the physician and professor of chemistry Joseph Black, are both pictured in all the pictures we have of them wearing a wig, but in none of the pictures we have of Hutton does he wear a wig. He was bald and he didn't really care who noticed it. His first biographer, John Playfair, said, "To an ordinary man, Hutton would have appeared as an ordinary man." But then he qualified it and said, but perhaps a little more lively than most, because don't get the impression that his Quakerish raiment and his frugal lifestyle made him dour. In fact, he loved a party. He could start a party in an empty room. Playfair says, a lighter air of gaiety entered the room whenever Hutton came in. And Joseph Black, writing to their mutual friend, James Watt, who was then in Birmingham and going through a hard time, both in his personal life and with his steam engine business, was suffering from depression. And Joseph Black wrote to him and said, "I wish I could give you a dose of our friend Hutton's company now and again, because that would cheer you up." Hutton was a gregarious man and loved company. There's a couple of things that this picture doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us how he spoke, because men of position, particularly Adam Smith and Joseph Black, had elocution lessons so that they could speak the King's English. Hutton never bothered. He spoke broad Scots, he spoke in the vernacular and wrote in the vernacular, and sometimes also in the vulgar. It doesn't also, I've forgotten the train of thought in that one. Anyway, pass on. Hutton was born here in Edinburgh, just about there, in a close called Gosforth Close. No longer there. It was demolished in the 19th century to make way for George IV Bridge. But we can think that Hutton was born somewhere in one of the basements of the National Library of Scotland. He was the third male child to his parents, William and Sarah Hutton, but the two older male children died in infancy. Although he had two sisters who survived, two older sisters, and after his birth, a younger sister survived too. His father was William Hutton, a merchant. This is William Hutton's entry into the ledger of the Merchant Company of Edinburgh. The Merchant Company existed to preserve the monopoly that merchants had both over the commercial life of the city but also the political life, because merchants controlled the council. And William Hutton followed his own father into the merchant company. He was a tailor. That doesn't mean he ever sewed a piece of cloth or cut a piece of cloth, because merchants would buy and sell cloth and buy and sell clothes, but tradespeople, seamstresses, actually made up the garments, but they weren't allowed to sell to the end user. That was a merchant monopoly. But Hutton rose through the merchant company. He became a town councillor because the merchant company controlled the council. He became a magistrate. He rose through the council and he became city treasurer. And then he became master of the merchant company. And by tradition, masters of the merchant company went on to be the Lord Provost of Edinburgh. And William Hutton probably would have been Lord Provost of Edinburgh, but he died when James Hutton was 3 years old. He died at the age of 42. We don't know the cause of death, but diseases such as cholera, typhus, typhoid were quite common in Edinburgh at that time, crammed together in the old city. And so the family was left without its head. James Hutton would have been brought up in an all-female household, his mother Sarah, his 3 sisters and himself, and probably educated at home for his first 10 years, either with tutors brought in or at one of the dame schools, one of the sort of informal primary schools in the city. And by the time he went to the high school of Edinburgh, he probably could read and write and had a smattering of Latin and Greek. The high school in Edinburgh, he entered a very different world, all male and very violent. Lord Cockburn, the writer and lawyer who went to the same school many years after Hutton, said hardly a day went past when he wasn't beaten for some misdemeanor, usually failing to decline his Latin verbs properly. Violence wasn't only confirmed to the masters, the boys liked a bit of a punch-up as well and would organise pitch battles with students at the university, which they called bickers. This was a sort of informal games lesson for them. Hutton stayed there 4 years, from the age of 10 to the age of 14, and then he entered the Toons College, now the University of Edinburgh. And we see his name there, Jacobus Hutton, and several other names that will crop up later in Hutton's story. John Davy below there, and a few other people above. This is the class list of John Kerr, who taught sort of humanities, we would call it these days, a mixed course, but including some jurisprudence and law. In those days, what you did at the university, professors were paid a very small stipend, but they made most of their living by appealing to students. So at the beginning of the year, they would give an introductory lecture outlining what they were going to teach in their course. Students went along. If they liked it, they would pay the money and they would get a ticket. And if you had a ticket, you got into the lectures. If you didn't, the janitors would bar your entry. And so Hutton signed up with John Kerr, but he also signed up with a man called John Stevenson, who taught philosophy, and particularly the philosophy of John Locke, the English philosopher. And John Locke was an empiricist. John Locke believed that knowledge came from what we know, what we sense, what we touch, what we feel, what we do for ourselves, by implication, not what we're told from the lecture podium or from the pulpit. We have to learn these things for ourselves. And Hutton also signed up for lectures from the mathematician Colin Maclaurin, a very able mathematician, very famous even now, a disciple and a protege of Isaac Newton. Newton actually paid for Maclaurin to come to Edinburgh as a professor of mathematics. And Maclaurin also taught a very wide range of what we would now call sort of mathematical and science subjects, but also he taught Newton's experimental method. And I think these two things, empiricism and experimental method, stayed with Hutton throughout his life. Hutton left Edinburgh after 4 years. He didn't graduate, but that was quite common. Not everybody did. And he became an apprentice lawyer, probably under pressure from his mother, get the boy into a good profession. And he signed a 5-year apprenticeship deed, and he stuck it for less than 2 years, sitting on a high stool, copying out arcane legal documents in even more arcane Latin. Clearly was not going to be a career for James Hutton. And he agreed with his apprentice master, the lawyer to whom he was apprenticed, and probably with his mother, that he was never going to make a good lawyer. And so he did something different. He signed another apprentice deed, this time with a doctor called Young, George Young, who had a practice more or less where the Burke and Hare pub is now, but also had an apothecary's shop where the apprentices would make up herbal medicines and so on, and Hutton worked there, but he also signed up at the university for courses by this man, Alexander Monro. Alexander Monro was a surgeon, had studied in Paris and graduated in Leiden, and founded the medical school at Edinburgh University. And Hutton signed up for a course in anatomy taught by Monro and stayed with him for 2 years. One of his fellow students there was John Clarke, who will appear, I'm sure, later in this story. After 2 years in Edinburgh, Hutton went, as Alexander Monro and many, many other medical students, went to Paris, Paris being the center of medical education at this time. And you could study medicine in two places in Paris. You could study it at the Sorbonne, at the university, where they taught basically ancient Greek medicine based on the teachings of Galen. Or you could do what Hutton did. You could go to the Jardin du Roi, the King's Garden, now the Botanic Gardens in Paris, where they taught anatomy during the winter, when the corpses were cold, and a range of science subjects during the summer. And Hutton, we believe, was there for 2 years, and in particular took courses by this man, Guillaume François Rouelle. Rouelle was an iconoclastic teacher. He believed, a bit like Locke and the empiricists, that you learn by seeing, by doing, by touching. So he broke the mold of previous lecturers who just spouted to their students. He conducted experiments before them. Or if he couldn't do that, he brought in the results of experiments. He encouraged them to experiment for themselves. And after 2 years in Paris, Hutton went to Leiden. The Jardin du Roi could not award degrees, and so commonly students went from Paris to Leiden to graduate. He had his thesis printed on the circulation of the blood in Latin. He defended it before professors in Leiden, and they awarded him the degree of Doctor of Medicine. He was now a qualified doctor. So what is he going to do? Does he come back to Edinburgh and set up in practice as a doctor? No. He goes to London. And he spends some months in London. It really is a mystery to us even now what he was doing in London. Playfair says that while he was there, he wrote anxiously to his friends. He was unsettled. He was unhappy. And this letter actually comes from much, much later in the story, but perhaps one of the explanations of what he was there to do is revealed by the fact that it was later discovered he had an illegitimate son. The world did not learn about this until the quite recent past, but after Hutton's death, a man appeared in Edinburgh calling himself James Hutton, and in fact he was. He was accepted by Hutton's family and friends, and this boy, this man, he was then in his 50s, had been supported by James Hutton all his life. The older James Hutton had paid for the younger man's education. When he married and had children, he had supported the children's education. But it's a mystery as to why Hutton didn't live with the mother, who the mother was, and why has this happened? This is maybe one explanation for why he was in London. Was he settling the family? And if so, what were the circumstances of that? That's a book in itself, by the way. So he came back to Edinburgh. What does he do? Does he practice as a doctor? No, he doesn't. He decides to become a farmer. The family owned 2 farms. One was bought by his father, and one was bought by his uncle, and they both now inherited by James Hutton. They weren't ever worked by the family. They were bought as financial investments for the rents that they paid. But Hutton decides he's going to become a farmer and farm one of these himself. But first he has to learn a bit about farming. So he takes himself off to Norfolk and Suffolk, with Norfolk being the place where the most advanced farming was done in Britain in the 18th century, far more advanced in its techniques than Scotland. And so Hutton lodges with a farmer there for a year and then goes to Suffolk and then does a brief tour around Britain and around the Low Countries of Europe, learning about farming. I'm not going to go into too much detail on that because Alan Werrity will tell us much more about that later. But suffice it to say, Hutton is very unhappy in his first years in rural Berwickshire. He's a gregarious man. He's lived in cities. He's now, living in the countryside. His nearest neighbours are the men who work for him. He writes unhappy letters to his friends, but he sticks it out. He does amazing things on the farm. He's there altogether for 9 years. But as soon as he makes it profitable, as soon as he gets it running properly, he loses interest. He comes back to Edinburgh and he reacquaints himself with his old university friend, John Davy. John Davy has become a merchant. He's acquired a bit of land in Newington. It still has his name on it, Davy Street in Newington. And they decide to go into the industrial chemicals business. Maybe this is coming on from farming because Hutton had experimented with dyes, we know that. And maybe they did consider producing dyes because textiles was a big industry. Dyeing of textiles was very fashionable, but most dyes had to be imported. So, there could have been something there, but they eventually settled on producing sal ammoniac, ammonium chloride. Ammonium chloride is a white crystal, and it was used in a number of industrial processes. It was used in dyeing to fix the dyes, but it was also used as one of the constituents of flux in metalworking, and sometimes as a food additive too. And Hutton decided that you could make sal ammoniac by heating soot. So you take this black powder and merely by heating it, you turn it into white crystal. Sounds like alchemy, probably was alchemy. But so they built a furnace and they acquired glass jars They put soot in the bottom of them. The bottom of the jars was in the furnace, so heated very hot for a long period. And slowly gases would be given off and would crystallize around the neck of the bottles as the white crystal, as sal ammoniac. John Davy made a deal with the Society of Edinburgh Chimney Sweeps, the Tron men. Edinburgh, of course, Old Reekie had an inexhaustible supply of the raw material, and the business was incredibly successful and profitable. John Davy ran it for the rest of his life. It made him enough money to buy an estate in West Lothian, so he styled himself John Davy of Gaviside. But in Edinburgh, he was always known as Sooty Davy. So James Hutton now has not only the money left to him by his family, but an income from his partnership with John Davy in the sal ammoniac business. But he loses interest in that. Once it's running, once he has solved the intellectual problem, and he decides that he's going to help out on the massive undertaking of the building of a canal between the rivers Forth and Clyde, the Forth and Clyde Canal. His friend, George Clerk Maxwell, had joined the Board of Management and persuades Hutton he ought to also join the Board of Management and probably become a shareholder. And Hutton enters into this with some spirit. He attends meetings, he goes on field trips. We see him not only doing some geology for the Forth and Clyde Canal Company, but also acquiring basic materials, giving medical advice. Should they have their own hospital, or how do they deal with the enormous number of casualties among their workers? He enters into this with full spirit. But the canal is plagued by problems, it's plagued by financial problems, it's plagued by civil engineering problems. It takes years and years and years to complete, and in the end the government has to enter, and Hutton and the rest of the Board of Management leave. By this time, Hutton's in his 50s, and you could say that he's a dilettante. I mean, he's well off. He's been an apprentice lawyer. He's been a doctor who never practiced. He's been a farmer. He's been a civil engineer. He hasn't published anything of any note. One small pamphlet, which is really a lobbying exercise on behalf of the Forth and Clyde Canal, trying to lobby for a lower form of duty, a lower level of duty on culm, on soft coal, which was one of the things that the canal carried. He's a member of the Philosophical Society, as Martin said, but he appears only to have made one presentation, and that was on some very odd marks of dead grass on the side of Arthur's Seat, to which he came to no great conclusions, nothing terribly much. He hasn't really done much in his life. This is his great friend, Joseph Black, chemist, doctor of medicine, in fact, Hutton's physician, and they and Adam Smith formed the Oyster Club that met once a week for a chinwag. People went along because the conversation was quite good, but there's no inkling that Hutton is going to emerge very quickly as one of the leading scientists of the time. And then, as Martin says, in 1783, the Royal Society of Edinburgh is formed. I won't go into how it was formed. It was the product of a titanic academic feud, which is great fun. But suffice it to say, it was formed, it subsumed all the members of the Philosophical Society, including Hutton, including Smith, including Black, and it gave James Hutton both an intellectual milieu in which to test his ideas, but also a platform from which to present his ideas. He entered into it with great spirit. He became a member of the Board of Management. He was very active, and he started to present papers. And in the next few years, he presented a bewildering number of papers to the Royal Society of Edinburgh. For example, he started with a paper on the theory of rain, why it rained. Nobody had ever tried to answer this question before. Hutton's theory, we now know was wrong, but it stood for 100 years at a scientific explanation of rain. Shortly after that, he made a presentation to the Society and published a paper on a dissertation on written languages, how it was difficult to express written language, the spoken language in written form. Then he entered into a debate with the son of one of his old university friends on phlogiston. The phlogiston theory was being discredited by Lavoisier and his followers, but Hutton clung to the phlogiston theory and defended it before the Royal Society of Edinburgh, and then published a paper on it. Then he published a paper on granite, another controversy of the age, probably his first paper on strictly geological topics, and maybe Alan will tell us something about that coming. And then a paper on the philosophy of light, heat, and fire, which ranged over a number of what we would call physics problems at the moment, and including the first explanation of what we would call infrared radiation now. This is 5 years before Herschel made the same presentation to the Royal Society in London. And then his magnum opus, not his theory of the Earth, but a 3-volume, 1,000-page investigation of the principles of knowledge. Hutton wasn't a great writer, unfortunately. It's a dense publication. You can read it online. I challenge you to read it online. It has countless gems in it. There are things in it that we learn about Hutton, we learn about his ideas, which we will not learn anywhere else, but it is hard going, and unfortunately was ignored at the time and is mostly ignored now. But the thing that you've all been waiting for, which is the subject of today, in 1785, he presents to the Royal Society of Edinburgh his theory of the Earth, an absolutely revolutionary theory of the Earth, or how the Earth was formed. It's presented in 2 parts. This first, he was too ill, probably with the ailment which would eventually kill him, to read the first part. So Joseph Black, his good friend, read the first part, but by a couple of weeks later, Hutton was strong enough to come and read the second part, and read the second part, and it was subsequently published in an abstract and then in the transactions of the society and in book form, and Hutton was working on that at the time of his death. I'm now going to hand over to other people who will tell you much more detail about that than I am. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Ray. Who's going to take up that challenge then? We'll see. Thank you. Beautifully paced introduction there. I certainly am grateful for you for really explaining some of the things I sort of knew about Hutton, but really setting the scene then for our next speaker. And I am delighted to welcome to the stage Alan McCurdy, who will talk to us about Hutton, the geologist. Well, while, Alan, you are making your way up, For fairness, I must tell you all that Alan's book about James Hutton is also available upstairs in the exhibition. Now, should you think that it's an either-or situation, Ray's book or Alan's book, let me tell you that they basically complement each other. You know, they take very different sort of angles on the stories about Hutton, and I would encourage you to actually get a copy of both. Right, that's done, Alan, so after you, let's just move forward for you.
Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Yeah, the book is available $14.99 from all good bookshops. So I've got the golden ticket here from the Royal Society of Edinburgh to talk about James Hutton, the geologist. And I need very little encouragement to talk about James Hutton, the geologist. I do so frequently to my friends and family, golf partners, anybody else that will listen. So it's a great pleasure to share some of these insights with you. And in fact, that's the main topic of my book. Ray has given you an absolutely brilliant background on James Hutton, the man, and how he arrived at his the position that he did. But my job this morning is to tell you a bit about Hutton's activities as a geologist, and culminating in the last slide that Ray showed us, his theory of the earth, which is very much his masterwork. So we really need to reach back to his early medical career to get some sort of inkling as to how he was thinking, and his thesis on circulation of the blood during his time at Leiden University gives us an indication of an idea that had much greater resonance on how the earth works. And that was, as Ray's already said, circulation of the blood around the body. And this idea of circularity, of cycles, very much was at the heart of Hutton's theory of the earth. And this is a picture of Leiden University, which is his alma mater, and as Ray's already told us, he started off his medical career in Edinburgh via Paris. Another indication of his awakening interest in geology, when he was based in East Anglia doing his farming activities, he travelled extensively around England. He got as far as the Isle of Wight. But we're specifically told that he didn't get to Cornwall, which is, I think he'd run out of money by that point. But he travelled extensively across England and in Northern Europe. And he had a dual purpose of finding out more about farming, which was his primary, which was a thread that ran throughout his life, and also to satisfy his awakening interest in geology. So he started thinking about the subject in the mid-1750s. And here he is with his three-pointed hat and on horseback. And as he went across around the country, John Playfair, who Ray mentioned, who is his first biographer, and he's very significant because he's his only contemporary biographer. He's 22 years younger than Hutton, but he went on many of Hutton's adventures and shared time with him. And he said that he poked his nose into every ditch and riverbed as he travelled across the country, and that gave him a pretty good idea of the geology of the land over which he was travelling. We've already heard a bit about his farming activities. He inherited 2 farms near the town of Duns in the Scottish borders, Sly Houses and Nether Moneynut. Always makes me laugh, that name. And here he had an idea for something that he put flesh on the bones later when he was writing his theory of the earth, and that's the first draft of what we call a rock cycle. And the rock cycle is all about when you get a series, mountainous areas, they're very rapidly eroded, and that material is carried off to the sea and accumulates on the sea floor, and over time builds new land. And he got his first inkling of this when he was farming. The drainage ditches that he dug filled up with topsoil after heavy rain, and this topsoil was then carried off to the sea. And he had a similar experience when he was based in East Anglia. He noticed the River Yare carried away sediments to be sunk at the bottom of the sea. And he surmised that these layers of sand, gravel and mud would build up on the seafloor and eventually form new lands. So I'd argue that this was his first draft of the rock cycle, and also that Hutton was beginning to think like a geologist, however geologists think, or whether they do in fact think. I assure you that they do. Hutton's first geological trip was undertaken in 1764. I haven't memorized all these dates. I need this as a crib sheet. With George Clerk Maxwell, who's the brother of the famous physicist of the same surname, and they travelled using the bridges built by General Wade. This is the bridge over the Tay at Aberfeldy. And they saw the wonderful red sandstone cliffs of Caithness and later the granites in Aberdeenshire. When they returned from the north of Scotland, they hugged the coast of northeast Scotland, and for the very first time he saw granite, and this was a passionate love affair that continued throughout his life with the subject of granite. Became almost obsessed by it. And particular phrase here, I have been particularly anxious about this subject of granite, which I think would be a bit of an understatement to say. When he returned to Edinburgh after his farming activities, as Ray's already told us, he embarked on working for the Fourth Clyde Canal project, and he had a specific role of procuring the right sort of rock to line the canal. And he also observed the geology as the canal was driven westwards towards Glasgow. So he was enhancing his knowledge of geology all the while. And of course, he invested managerially and financially in the project and attended many quarterly and extraordinary meetings. And during this time, during his time on the canal project, he developed a friendship with James Watt, and they travelled together to Birmingham and also into Wales. And here we have a statement from Hutton attesting to his growing competence in the whole business of geology, so he could identify specimens and where they've come from in the country. So that's an indication of his growing competence in the subject of geology. So after 30 years of developing his interest in geology, he eventually produced his masterwork, Theory of the Earth, and it came out in a variety of different stages. In 1785, he presented the ideas to the Fellows, the Royal Society of Edinburgh, and again, as Ray has said, it was done in two parts, and he wasn't able to undertake the first address because of illness. And later that year, the abstract was published. That was a requirement of the Society. And in fact, last time the RSE celebrated Hutton was to celebrate the 200th anniversary of his death, which was in 1997. And a copy of the abstract was given to all the delegates. Now, unfortunately, I managed to lose my copy. Can you believe it? So I've got Stuart Monroe's copy here, and Stuart thinks he's going to get it back. But the jury's out on that one, Stuart. But anyway, so the abstract was published, the paper was published in the Transactions to the Royal Society of Edinburgh 3 years later. It was approximately 100 pages in length, which was very brief for one of Hutton's productions. And two further volumes appeared in 1795, and a third volume was written in manuscript and became lost, and only appeared in 1899 when it was found by Archibald Geachie, who was a very prominent geologist of the day. But after Hutton presented his first ideas in 1785, he knew that he didn't have all the answers, and he knew there was a great deal more to be discovered. So he embarked upon an extensive program of fieldwork, which lasted for about 40 years, and he was accompanied in all these various visits by John Clark of Eldon. So who is this mysterious John Clark of Eldon? And there he is. John Clark of Eldon had an absolutely brilliant skill as a pen and ink draftsman. And in an age without cameras, recording what they saw during their visits was very, very important. And all of these drawings are now preserved in a catalogue that we call the Lost Drawings, because they became lost for about 200 years and only published in 1978. And I'll say quite a bit more about that later. But anyway, here are some of the places that they visited. Glentilt, oops, oh my goodness. Fat finger typing here. Glentilt, they did a traverse round Ayrshire and Galloway, visited the Isle of Arran, again in pursuit of granite. That was his primary focus. He visited Jedburgh and Sicker Point, and we've all heard, well, most of us have heard of Sicker Point. In those days, science was done by this curious process called conjectures and refutations. You would erect a conjecture, which was your basic idea, but you'd have a pretty good idea that you didn't have all the answers. And his 1785 paper was his conjecture. And then you were allowed some space and some time to either refute or confirm your original conjecture. So that was the purpose of this 4-year program of fieldwork, to either confirm or refute the ideas that he published in 1785. So, after all this terrific amount of fieldwork that they'd done, these are some of the ideas that emerged in Theory of the Earth. And I think it is quite useful to rehearse some of these ideas, because, you know, the purpose of my talk is to tell you about James Hutton, the geologist. So what did he actually discover? What were these new ideas that he was developing? And some of these ideas were very controversial and remained controversial up until the point of his death and beyond. Many of these ideas weren't accepted. So I've already introduced you to the rock cycle. So we have mountains which are eroded, and those erosion products are carried to the sea, and they build up on the seafloor, and miraculously they become dry land. And Hutton saw a circulation in the matter of the globe. And one thing that I found quite remarkable about this is that the mechanism for uplifting these sediments from the seafloor to become dry land only became clear when plate tectonics was, the idea, the theory of plate tectonics was developed 2 centuries later. But Hutton was fairly certain that that would be the case, even though he didn't understand the mechanism by which it happened. The next big idea that he had was the Earth as a heat engine, and he knew that subterranean heat was very useful in consolidating loose sediment into solid rock. But more than that, this obsession with granite that he's had, Professor Werner, who is a great authority on geology from Germany, decreed that granite was formed at the bottom of the ocean and was the oldest rock of all. Now, Hutton had doubts that this theory was true, and but he didn't have the evidence to disprove it. So when he visited Glentilt in Highland Perthshire, he found that evidence, and this is a very, very important site, because what he discovered was that the granite was cross-cutting some older rocks. We now call them Dalradian schists. So granite couldn't be the oldest rock of all, and also it wasn't deposited at the bottom of an ocean. It was in a molten form. And I'll read you this whole quotation from John Playfair, because I think it's quite amusing. And he said, "The sight of objects that verified at once so many important conclusions of Dr. Hutton's system filled him with delight. His guides were convinced that it must be nothing less than the discovery of a vein of silver or gold that could call forth such strong marks of joy and exultation." So you can just picture the scene in this rain-soaked Highland Glen, where all these gentlemen were dancing about and in great joy because they discovered something wonderful. And this site is still the place of pilgrimage for geologists from around the world, and is rightly regarded as a site of international importance. His third big conclusion was that the present is the key to the past. And this is a tenet that's, or one of the key pillars of geological investigation to this day. Understanding the present allows us to peer back into the abyss of time to create long disappeared conditions such as erosion, eruptions of lava, building of mountains. And the example that I've used here are boulders from in the Colorado River, which have been eroded by tumbling down the river. And here we have sediments near Stonehaven, where the boulders are roughly similar size. So we can legitimately conclude that a great river flowed across this ancient land 400 million years ago, because we understand the current processes, and we can look at the geological record and interpret those deposits in the context of what we see today. The fourth big conclusion they reached, and this is the big one: deep time. And he concluded, again, without all the evidence, because this was his conjecture, he didn't have all the evidence, but he said, "The result, therefore, of our present inquiry is that we find no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end." And that was the final sentence of Theory of the Earth, which was presented to the fellows of this society 3 years earlier. So where did that evidence come from? And it came from a visit that Hutton, Playfair, his biographer, and St. James Hall, who is the local landowner, did to a place called Sicker Point. And that will have a resonance with most of the audience, I would imagine, by boat in 1788. And here they are, all these jolly fellows. Here's Hutton, Playfair, and Sir James Hall, and the boatman, who's kind of invisible in this whole process. They had to visit this site by sea, because it's quite difficult to get to. Right, so Aha, the red line appears. Right, I'd imagine that most of you in this audience would understand the concept of an unconformity. Is that correct? So I'm talking to the handful of you who are perhaps rather confused about this and how this single site unlocks the whole business of geological time. So follow this, and this is what Hutton saw and interpreted when he visited Sicker Point in 1788. He could see two distinct sets of rocks. One set of rocks were vertical here. Another set of rocks were more or less horizontal. So the question was, how did this juxtaposition of these rocks appear? And they were separated by what we now call an unconformity, which is this red line. And we know that this red line represents about 50 million years of geological time, because the rocks below are 450 million years old. The rocks above are 400 million years old. Of course, Hutton didn't know that because the science of geochronology was only developed about 2 centuries later. So what he observed was, and I've drawn a helpful guide here. If we look at the top box here, we can see that these sediments here were laid down under the sea because they contain marine fossils. They were then uplifted from their position under the sea and uplifted and folded by some unknown mechanism. And again, this speaks volumes to Hutton's imagination that he could come up with a scenario where he didn't really understand the mechanism of how this happened. And then these folded rocks were then eroded. They're now dry land, and further rocks were deposited on top. Fairly simple, but quite a groundbreaking revelation. And he wasn't accompanied by John Clark of Eldon in this enterprise, so it fell to Sir James Hall to draw this diagram of what was going on at Sicker Point. It lacks the artistic flair of John Clark of Eldon, but it clearly demonstrates the older rocks that were laid down under the sea, uplifted, eroded, and then rocks deposited on top. And this is, again, from John Playfair, his biographer. This is one of the classic passages in historical geology, and I won't read out the whole thing, but I'll read this sentence here. The mind seems to grow giddy by looking so far into the abyss of time. And this phrase, the abyss of time, is echoed down through the ages. And it's because of that that we now recognize Hutton as a Time Lord, the man who, we call him that, the man who invented time and various other epithets. And I would say this is the place where serious geological investigation started. And we regard Sicker Point as one of the most important geological sites in the world. And in fact, there was an excellent event happened here just a few days ago, which unfortunately I wasn't able to attend, which was a new trail, a deep time trail, which exposes the whole mysteries of Sicker Point to a wider public. And well done to Edinburgh Geological Society, and a big shout out to Angus Miller. Angus Miller's present. He was the mastermind and the brains behind it all. So absolutely well done, taking James Hutton to a wider audience. And his fifth big idea was soils, not surprising, because he was a farmer for all those years. And again, this is what Hutton wrote about soils. I won't read out the whole thing, but just to say in summary, crop rotation is necessary to maintain soil fertility, and he was perhaps one of the first people to realise that. Okay, so I've talked a bit about 5 minutes. Oh my goodness. few of Clark's drawings, and there's an excellent exhibition upstairs. And here is the publication that came out in 1978, which is a compilation of most of the Clark's drawings, and they really are quite revelatory and indicate the extent to which they understood what they were looking at. And here's perhaps his most celebrated drawing. This is Allers Mill near Jedburgh, and a very strong read across between this diagram here and the James Hutton Institute logo. I'm sure that's true. Towards the end of his life, he was ill, as Ray has already told us, so that gave him the opportunity of sitting with his sister, who became his secretary, and he dictated the two volumes, volumes 1 and volumes 2 of Theory of the Earth, after he'd done his big round of field work. Also, this Principles of Knowledge, all 2,138 pages of it, and I must say I haven't really dipped into that. It's great to know that it's online, and I might have a look at that sometime. And of course, Elements of Agriculture, which we'll be hearing about from the next speaker. Hutton's passing, he died in 1797. His house was on St. John's Hill, which was very helpfully pulled down by the City Council some years ago, but Edinburgh Geological Society have memorialised his occupation of that site with a boulder from Glentillt and his very famous last sentence in Theory of the Earth. And here is his plaque in Greyfriars Kirkyard, and that's where I get the title of my book, The Founder of Modern Geology. John Playfair, we've heard a lot about him so far, so let's have a few words about him. And he played a very important role because, as we've heard, Hutton's style of writing was rather dense and didn't really make a huge amount of sense. So John Playfair did him the great favour of producing illustrations of Huttonian theory, which actually explained in greater detail and clarity some of Hutton's ideas. And Hutton's legacy, we'll hear a lot more about that, but let's jump forward a full century. And here we have Darwin, Charles Lyell and Joseph Hooker. Charles Lyell was a Scottish geologist who was born in the same year that Hutton died, and he was the first one to publish a geological textbook which relied quite a bit on the writings of John Playfair. And I'd be quite confident to say that if it hadn't been for John Playfair, many of Hutton's ideas would have died with him because they were so densely described. And of course, that was very useful to Charles Darwin. He took a copy of Lyell's book with him on his voyage on the Beagle, and Charles Darwin himself became quite a competent geologist, and it was very useful in developing his theory of evolution, which required great swathes of geological time or time for all the various species to develop, and of course that was laid out in Lyell's book. Another legacy, plate tectonics, perhaps the most unifying theory of the 20th century, and again a version, I would argue that this is a version of Hutton's heat engine, and there's Hutton in embroidery, the great tapestry of Scotland, and Hutton deserves his own panel with, here he is with his rock, and that's Sicker Point, and this is the journey to Sicker Point. And the revisionists, I'll finish on a very controversial note, because some people challenge Hutton's role as founder of modern geology. And it's a very distinguished individual who's making this challenge, Professor Martin Rudwick, from Cambridge University, who's perhaps the most foremost historian in geology, and I do so at my peril. But he says that a mistaken belief that Hutton was spiced with Anglophone or even Scottish chauvinism, how dare he, and has given him an undeserved modern reputation as geology's uniquely founding father. So I'm very happy to proclaim myself as a Scottish chauvinist. And it's not the first time that I've been described as such. And I would say these revisionists would do well to study the lost drawings. Right, my last slide. I must pay homage to Donald McIntyre. And I know a number of you in this room will know Donald. And this book that I waved around earlier, that's version 3, and Donald and I wrote the first 2 versions. Well, Donald wrote it, and I was just there sitting listening to Donald, because Donald was not a man of few words. You obviously know him. So here is Donald at Glentilt, pointing to the exposures that Hutton used, and here he is at Greyfriars Kirkyard. And when we last met at the RSE to celebrate the 200th anniversary of Hutton's death, Donald gave the keynote address. And so if you hang around for long enough, another anniversary will come along, although I'm not sure I'll be here when the next one comes round. But anyway, if you have been, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Alan, and great to include another commemoration on this important day to Donald McIntyre. Alan mentioned the new Deep Time Trail at Sicker Point. How many of you have already seen it? Oh, good. And for those of you that haven't, and anyone online that hasn't yet been out to the Sicker Point Deep Time Trail, I thoroughly recommend it. It was a fantastic day on Friday for the launch, and it will be there forever, we hope. Okay, so now we come to the third speaker of our morning session before the Q&A. So I hope questions are forming in your mind. Get ready for that. But it gives me great pleasure now to welcome Professor Alan Werity, FRSE, to the stage, who's going to continue the story and talk about Hutton, the unknown polymath. Now, I don't have a book by you, Alan, to wave, but there is an important book that's going to get a mention, so I will let you do that yourself. So, welcome, Alan.
It's delightful to be here on this splendid occasion. And I'd like to take you back to the picture that we've already seen that Ray has shown us of that wonderful portrait by Rayburn. If you haven't seen it in the National Portrait Gallery, do go and have a look at it. And if you look carefully at it, you'll see in the right-hand corner on the table his collection of what he called fossils, his collection of what we would now call largely minerals, and I'll come back to one of those in particular in a moment. But Hutton wasn't just a geologist, and that really is the crux of my talk. What I want to argue in the next half hour is that Hutton was a remarkable figure of the Scottish Enlightenment. He was a true polymath with expertise in agriculture, meteorology, chemistry and mineralogy, physics, philosophy, the study of language, and probably other things I've not included. So I'm going to take you on a whistle-stop tour through Hutton's expertise in each of these areas. And the source for a great deal of what I'm going to talk about is his elements of agriculture. This is his last unpublished work. It's a manuscript which sits in the National Library. It's owned by the Royal Society of Edinburgh. It runs to over 1,000 pages. It's in beautiful copper plate. And if you go to the exhibition upstairs, you can see on display there's a visual image of one of the pages. And if you want to see the actual manuscript itself, go to the exhibition in the Royal Botanical Gardens called Earth Matters, which is a wonderful exhibition that's been put on to celebrate Hutton's 300th birthday. And there you can see Volume 1 in all its splendor. It's remained unpublished, not least because it's very long, it's very prolix. Although the copper plate is easy to read, Hutton's prose is less easy to digest. And there have been previous attempts to transcribe it, but alas, not brought to fruition. About 10 years ago, I decided to have a crack at it myself, and I'll come back in my last slide to explain how that came about. It is finally going to be published, I'm told, this year by Boydell and Brewer. It'll be published as a hardback, but also as an e-book, and I hope that as an e-book, it'll be something which is, in terms of cost, more manageable. And it was based initially on the work which he did when he was farming the family farm at Sly Houses. Remember, as Ray told us, he took over that farm in 1754. It was a farm that was unimproved at that time, and over a period of little less than a decade, he completely turned it around using all the modern methods of agriculture, which he had effectively picked up in his studies in East Anglia and across in Flanders. The manuscript was written right at the end of his life. We can date it from a variety of sources between 1795 and 1797, and it ends very abruptly, perhaps very fittingly, given the expertise of the James Hutton Institute. The final section is on the potato. And that's the last thing he has to say. But looking at it carefully, I think it's about 97, 98% complete. So I think we've got pretty much the whole of what he wanted to tell us about. The overall aim of the book, and this is very important, and I'll give you this quotation. He wanted to make philosophers of husbandmen and husbandmen of philosophers. Now remember, the term natural philosophy in the 18th century covered large areas of what we would now call the natural sciences. So what Hutton wanted to do in this book was to use his expertise as a natural philosopher, and I'll come on to more of that in a moment, and relate it to the actual practice of farming. So he was taking an art and a science and effectively trying to weld them together in this treatise. And I've read lots of other treatises on agriculture written by the agriculture improvers in the 18th century. None of them attempted to do what Hutton did. He was quite unique in attempting to produce this fusion of the science of agriculture and the art of agriculture. Playfair, in his biography of Hutton, has a very perceptive comment. He says, "It is written with considerable perspicuity, not sure I'd quite agree with that, and it contains a great deal of solid and practical knowledge. But it has remained unpublished, so it is virtually unknown, although there have been 2 academic papers on it, and there have been extracts published by other authors. It had one remarkable insight, which I'll come to in a moment, and Hutton was the very first person to demonstrate the relationship between heat and plant growth. So that's by way of background in terms of the elements of agriculture. Let's now turn to Hutton the physicist and Hutton the meteorologist. This is a map of Edinburgh from about 1817, and Hutton's house is located there. Miss Balfour, that was one of his sisters living there after his death. That house was built, as you can see, right on what was then the eastern edge of the old city of Edinburgh, looking directly up to Salisbury Crags and Arthur's Seat. And Hutton had already, in the 1770s, been thinking very seriously about meteorology and about temperature. And he erected a remarkable structure in his garden. This was a structure, it was a brick box about 3 feet on each side, and he had one thermometer on the outside of the box, and he had another thermometer which he could inject into the inside of the box, which was filled with sand. Now, you might ask, why on earth would you measure temperature with such a bizarre structure? Well, what he was interested in was how to determine the mean daily temperature. Now, normally you would keep measuring it every hour and then take the average. He had the bright idea, if he could buffer those variations during the day and just take one reading at 6 o'clock at night, he reckoned he would have a record of the mean daily temperature. He compared that with the record of the temperature of perennial springs around the British Isles and demonstrated that pretty much the method worked very well. Why did he do that? Well, he did that because of his fascination with heat and plant growth. He came up with a remarkable idea which he called vegetating heat. The modern equivalent is growing degree days. In other words, how many degrees of Fahrenheit do you need for a seed of barley, which you pop into the soil in March, to germinate and yield an ear of barley for harvesting in late August or early September? And Hutton was the first person who posed that question and came up, as I'll demonstrate in a moment, with a credible answer. And the answer, as you can see in the slide, is that in Edinburgh, you need 820 degree Fahrenheit days of heat to produce that transformation. And you can see in the slide here a picture of how that operates. Noting that, of course, you have to have a threshold above which that heat begins to produce the vegetating heat, and that threshold is 38.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, that's the story for Edinburgh. But what happens if the average temperature drops? If it drops by an average of 1 degree Fahrenheit, harvest is put back by about 10 days. If it drops by 4 degrees Fahrenheit, harvest is put back 14 weeks. And indeed, as I'll demonstrate in a moment, you won't perhaps get a harvest at all. So for Edinburgh, the magic number is 820 degree days. But then Hutton being Hutton, said, but that's just for Edinburgh. What about other places in the British Isles? So he then adjusted that according to going north or south. And quite bizarrely, it does seem remarkable, for every degree north, you go up towards the Shetlands, you have to reduce the value by 1 degree Fahrenheit. And for every degree south going down towards London, you add 1 degree Fahrenheit to the calculation. And he tested this, and this again showed his extraordinary insight. He tested this by noting that Shetland, which is 4 degrees north, is the very limit of the growing of oats and barley. That's at the point at which you're very lucky to get a harvest at all. That in 1782 and 1784, the temperature in Edinburgh was 4 degrees Fahrenheit lower than normal, and the harvest failed. He also, and remember, his house looks out onto Salisbury Crags and Arthur's Seat. He would regularly climb Arthur's Seat. That was his constitutional. But he would carry a thermometer in his pocket. And he measured the temperature at the bottom, and he measured it at the top, and he subtracted the one from the other, and he reported that the temperature dropped by 1 degree Fahrenheit for 200 degrees of vertical uplift. That's what we now call the dry adiabatic lapse rate, if you're interested. And he was almost spot on. I mean, given the quality of the thermometers of that time, it's quite remarkable that he was able to achieve that. On one occasion, he said he didn't bother to climb to the top because he could see snow on the top. So he knew it was 32 degrees Fahrenheit at the very summit. And the claim that I would wish to advance is that he was the first to define and operationalize this concept of degree days. The value of this from a practical point of view was that it could enable farmers to anticipate when harvest might occur, and he even went one step further and suggested it could also advise governments in terms of if there was likely to be a crop failure, then they really need to think about some emergency measures to assist the distress which would be caused in rural areas. And the remarkable thing is, if you Google degree days, you'll find an enormous number of papers which still use this basic idea. It is still widely used by agronomists. Let me read what Playfair had to say. I must observe that where it treats of climate and the influence of heat in accelerating the maturity of plants, it furnishes in several views that appear to be perfectly new and that are certainly highly interesting. I would say they're more than just highly interesting, they're still used today. But the person who gets all the credit for this is a French chemist called Boussingault, who published the same idea 30 years after Hutton died. So one of the things I'm determined to do is to set the record straight and make sure that Hutton gets the credit for this really remarkable insight. Let me now turn to atmospheric moisture. Many of you may be familiar with what meteorologists call a Stevenson screen. It's usually a white louvered box sitting outside, surrounded by open air, which enables you to measure temperature, humidity, and barometric pressure. The way of measuring temperature is to use two thermometers, a wet thermometer and a dry thermometer. If you look carefully at the picture, you can see one of the thermometers is kept wet by being coated in gauze, which is in linked to a container in water. The other one is just standing out on its own. So we have a dry thermometer and a wet thermometer. The wet thermometer will have evaporation taking place constantly, removing water from the wick surface, and that will cause the temperature to drop. If the atmosphere is relatively dry, then a lot of evaporation will take place, and because of the latent heat evaporation, the temperature will drop in the wet thermometer. This idea came from something which Hutton observed on one of his perambulations around the countryside. He said, "I never had a hygrometer. There were hygrometers which tried to measure this at the time. But I used to amuse myself in walking in the fields by observing the temperature of the air with a thermometer and trying its dryness by the evaporation of water." That idea is embedded in one of his massive dissertations and has almost entirely been overlooked. I wrote a short paper for the Royal Society Notes and Records on this a few years ago. Again, one of Hutton's bright ideas, which was the basis of what we now see in the Stevenson screen, came from one of his field observations. Let me now turn to Hutton the farmer. As Alan has already reminded us, Hutton had remarkable insights into the properties of soil. Now, take yourself back to the 1790s. The soil science had not really emerged. It really would depend upon developments in 19th century chemistry before soil science could become established as a field in its own right. But Hutton, as a farmer, had a remarkable insight into the key properties of soil in terms of agriculture. In particular, he realized there were the mechanical properties, in other words, the texture of the soil, the chemical properties derived from the minerals and the weathering of those minerals in the soil, and then thirdly, the organic content in the soil, which largely determined its fertility. And reflecting his geological insights in the elements of agriculture, he has a remarkable section in which he maps the relationship between soil type and underlying geological type, differentiating upland areas where the cover is often very slight, so you have the soil resting directly on the underlying bedrock, and in lowland areas where you often have drift covers where the relationship is more moderated. But the key property, and Alan has already alluded to this, was his experience as a farmer. The soil, as you can see in the picture at Sly House, is incredibly sandy. And Colin Campbell tells me that the Hutton Institute is investigating its properties, and it is highly erodible. So I concur with what Alan was saying earlier. I think it is highly likely that it was actually seeing soil erosion on his fields that ultimately, led to his theory of the earth. Hutton is often seen as a as a theorist, and Alan has alluded to this, and we might perhaps come back to that one in our discussion and our Q&A in a moment. But I would like to argue that he was, as Ray has already indicated, very much an empirical thinker, an inductivist, as well as someone who had engaged in speculative thought. I would actually describe him from the work recorded in the Elements of Agriculture as a remarkable field scientist. One of the things he did was to use marl. Now, marl is a type of rock. It can vary in its chemical composition, but the important point is to note that it's a rock which has contained within it calcium carbonate. And many of the soils which were being farmed in Scotland in the late 18th century were highly acidic. And so you needed to try and offset that acidity by effectively neutralizing the calcium carbonate, by adding calcium carbonate to neutralize the acidity. Marl existed on his farm. He discovered, as he dug into some of his fields, that there were layers of marl, and some of the marl had a lot of calcium carbonate, and some of them had rather less. It was stratified, and you've seen pictures of stratification in Alan's slides earlier. What Hutton did, he took marl from different units within his marl pit, and he put different amounts on one of his fields. And then when harvest came, he stood high above and looked down on the fields. And in terms of the photosynthesis of the different areas, some had a very dark green and some had a very light color green. So the amount of photosynthesis was reflecting the extent to which the acidity in the soil had actually been neutralized by the application of marl. He also observed that plants under stress have different ways of responding. And he talks rather intriguingly about having stressed the plants in terms of their fertility. So using sites where the soil fertility was really reduced to a minimum, and producing a single ear of barley with a single seed within that ear, but a perfect seed nonetheless that you could have sown and it would have germinated the following year. One of the diseases which was widespread affecting Scottish agriculture, particularly the cereals at that time, is smut. It's still a problem for arable farmers. And there were a variety of treatments, seawater or urine. Hutton experimented with a whole range of treatments of smut, but finally conceded that probably the best was one that had already been discovered by the French scientist Maurice Tillet, and that is dissolved potash or calcium carbonate. As Ray told us in the introduction, Hutton at an early stage became fascinated with chemistry, and I think chemistry was probably the scientific discipline that he was most fascinated by throughout much of his life. And of course, there are very close links between chemistry and mineralogy. So let's look at Hutton as an agrochemist. As I've already noted, he advised farmers on the amount of marl to reduce soil fertility. And in the Elements of Agriculture, he actually describes a method whereby farmers can actually work out exactly how much marl to apply in order to get the maximum benefit in terms of offsetting that acidity. Ray has also told us that he was fascinated by dyes. Now, in the late 18th century, there were no industrial dyes. That came much later. So all dyes were natural dyes. And one of the dyes which particularly fascinated Hutton was madder, the rose madder plant. And he, in the Elements of Agriculture, describes lots of experiments he did, taking the madder plant, drying it, and then crushing different parts of the plant to work out where you would get the maximum amount of dye out of the plant. And he discovered that the best source of dye from the madder plant was the old wood of the crown. And rather like he had set up his sal ammoniac business with John Davy many years before, he speculated with thinking that perhaps he could also set up an industrial plant to process madder. But that, alas, never actually went anywhere. But as Ray has told us, he very much did depend upon an income based upon the sal ammoniac that he produced from chimney soot. Soil mineralogy. Let's go back to that picture I showed you at the very beginning. And if you look carefully at that, that's plate 1 from his theory of the Earth. So rather delightfully, Rayburn has actually incorporated into the portrait one of the most telling plates from his theory of the Earth. He had a remarkable collection of minerals. Gene Jones has written a whole article about it. Alas, after his death, the collection was dispersed. Somewhat malevolently, it is thought by Robert Jameson, who was one of the people who strongly contested Hutton's views and regarded all this stuff that Hutton had produced as, well, we can just dispose of it. And as I've already indicated, the minerals in the soil strongly influenced fertility. Rather intriguingly, and you can see in the diagram there, he had also the inkling of an idea, well known now to soil scientists, that the soil often is much thinner on a slope than on its summit or at the base. And that's because clearly slope wash causes some of the soil to be dragged from the upper part of the slope to the lowest part of the slope. That we now call a katina. Again, an idea implicit in Hutton's Elements of Agriculture. Finally, let me turn to Hutton, the philosopher and the linguist. And we come to the principles of knowledge. Now, as our previous speakers have illustrated, the principles of knowledge is a much neglected volume. Neglected, I have to argue, for good reason. As Ray has indicated, it runs to 3 volumes, over 2,000 pages, as Alan told us. It is not an easy read. And I've extensively researched work on the principles of knowledge, and I've only been able to find 2 or 3 scholarly treatments of it. So even 300 years on, it is not making much of an impact. Part of the reason for that is, as Playfair indicates, the great size of the book and the obscurity, which may justly be objected to many parts of it, have probably prevented it from being received as it deserves. I think all of us would probably agree with Playfair on that one. But if you go into Playfair's memoir, and this is quite fascinating, he spends quite a considerable chunk of the time trying to summarize Hutton's thinking in Principles of Knowledge. And I think it's quite clear that Hutton himself saw the Principles of Knowledge as arguably his most important single work. So it is, again, a tragedy that because of his prolix style, it has largely passed, if not unnoticed, then with very little subsequent commentary. What I think is very interesting is, and Peter Jones and Gene Jones argue this in their introduction to a facsimile edition of the Principles of Knowledge, they describe it as a complete philosophical system, rare in the English language, by one of the founders of modern science. And the 2 or 3 people who have looked at this in detail argue, I think very cogently, that actually the principles of knowledge underpin a great deal of Hutton's scientific thinking. And it goes back, as Ray reminded us, that in his undergraduate days, he was steeped in the writings of people like Locke. He would have known David Hume, and he had a very sophisticated understanding of the contemporary philosophical debate. One of the things we probably don't fully appreciate about the RSC in its very early days was that it actually had 2 sections. It had a physical class and a literary class. And Hutton, interestingly, published in both classes, and he was a member of both classes, contributed to both classes. And one of the things which he contributed was let me go on to the next slide, was a theory of language. And in that, let me stay with that. In that dissertation, which again was read as a paper to the Royal Society, And then a large chunk of it was actually embedded in the principles of knowledge. So if you want to read Hutton on language, you actually do have to dig deep into the principles of knowledge. It is summarized in this abstract, which I'll try and read to you. There being no less than 4 different methods of analyzing speech for the purpose of typifying language, these are examined with a view to understand the advantages and disadvantages that may attend each of those particular methods according to the following order. First, the analysing of speech into parts, each of which is the sign of a distinct thought. Secondly, into words, the constituent parts of our expressed thoughts. Thirdly, into syllables or articulate sounds, the constituent parts of words. And lastly, into letters or inarticulate sounds, the constituent parts of words. So Hutton had a fascination in linguistics along with everything else. He dwelled at length about the problems of foreign spellings of languages, the fact that certainly in English, the same sound can result in divergent spellings. And he argued, and this is really very intriguing, for a universal alphabet, making it much easier to learn to read and write. I don't know whether Esperanto was the kind of ultimate manifestation of this, but again, what an astonishing insight. My last slide, and I come back to the picture I showed you before. And this is part of my own biography. The other 2 speakers have said when did they first encountered Hutton. I first encountered Hutton when I was a very junior lecturer at St Andrews University in the 1980s, and I somehow stumbled on the elements of agriculture. And I dug a little bit into it. And I posed the question, which Alan has also addressed, was it actually being a farmer in sly houses and watching the soil erosion, which actually ultimately led to the theory of the earth? Now, that was a very bold conjecture on my part. I was a junior lecturer. I had lots of other things to be getting on with, and that particular rabbit hole was one I decided not to go down at that particular time. When I retired and I joined the board of the James Hutton Institute, I reminded them that the elements of agriculture on which the label the James Hutton Institute was based had never been published, and I offered to produce an edition of it. That is over 10 years ago. It's been a labour of love. It's had its ups and downs, but I do finally have a printer, a publisher, and Boydell and Brewer have promised me that they will publish the elements of agriculture by the end of this year, both as a hardback as in an e-book, and I hope that once that is done, we can finally say that the canon of Hutton's writings has finally been recorded for the whole of the world to enjoy. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Alan. Really looking forward, after 10 years of your labours, to seeing that publication. Well, that concludes our presentations, and we now have a generous time, 35 minutes or so, for questions and discussion. So this is your moment, audience, with us here in person and those of you online. Could I invite Alan and Ray to come up to the stage as well, please? Yes, if people need to dash out for a break or whatever, that's no problem. It's a little bit more informal now. Please come back when you can. I'm going to just wave at Leslie Ann at the back. We have a roving microphone, 2 roving microphones, if you've got questions, and also the questions online, Leslie Ann. Do you have those? Okay, so definitely online people, pop your questions, comments, observations in the chat. So I am now going to go and sit down, take my seat over here. Once we've got a camera over there looking at us and a camera over there. Okay. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Of course, Chair's privilege is to kick off with my own question. And I just want to go back to the birthday, the celebration of James Hutton's birthday today. I think we caught a glimpse through everything that you presented of what type of person he was, but I just really want to come back to that. You know, Ray, if you'd just like to remind us of the things you said. You know, Hutton was somebody I think we all admire through what he's done, but I think we would all get on with him as well, you know?
Yes, he was a very gregarious person. He enjoyed life, and he wanted other people to enjoy life. He loved to joke, but not at somebody else's expense. I think I think it was Joseph Black's biographer who said that Hutton would often say a joke, but never a sarcasm, never uttered a sarcasm. The two men complemented each other very well, Joseph Black and James Hutton. Joseph Black, very cautious scientist, always feared going beyond the truth. Hutton always feared not having quite reached the truth. So Hutton would be the one thrusting ahead, and Black would be saying, but just a minute now. And there's a wonderful story told where they both puzzled as to why we eat shellfish from the sea, but we don't eat crustaceans from the land. So they decided to gather some snails from Hutton's garden, cook them up, and have them served for them for dinner. So this was done, and they tasted them, and Black said, they're rather strange. And Hutton said, they're not strange, they're disgusting, take them away.
Oh, fantastic.
So I think it was good fun.
Yeah, well, Hutton the dinner, we could develop that thing. Alan, let me come to you, because you focus very much on his contributions to geology. Oh, I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. But he was very much an interdisciplinary thinker. So I just want to pick up on that idea again of how his geological contributions really linked back to some of his other early ideas.
Well, of course, he started his scientific career as a medic, and with his thesis on circulation of the blood, that gave him an entree into some of his later ideas in geology, the circulation, the rock cycle. And of course, his time as a farmer gave him a pretty good handle on the whole business of farming. And I was intrigued during my researches, and you just reminded me of some of those ideas on his experimental plots. And I made a connection between his experimental plots when he's standing high in the hills of the southern uplands to what the James Hutton Institute is doing today. And in fact, in my book, I reproduced a picture of some of the James Hutton Institute experimental plots, and said, well, that's probably what James Hutton would have experienced as he viewed his rudimentary experiments from afar. And of course, he would have studied chemistry, as Alan was saying, that was his first love. And I'm not sure why he didn't. I'm not sure if there wasn't a chemistry course offered by Edinburgh University. There probably wasn't, otherwise he'd have done it. And the closest that he could get was to medicine. But chemistry was the subject that was the thread that ran throughout his life, and the thing that he was perhaps most interested in, and the only subject, or one of the few subjects related to geology where he had formal lectures. And we saw some, I've never seen those slides that you showed, Ray. They are absolutely fascinating. Looks a very, very engaging speaker. So he was a polymath with an interest in many, many things, and I thoroughly enjoyed Alan's exploration of all the various aspects of his life.
I love the fact that you're enjoying each other's talks, even though two experts. What about each other's books? Yeah, read each other's books, I hope?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. So,
plagiarized from each other.
yeah, well, we're writing them at exactly the same time. We both wrote our books, our respective novels, during lockdown. So I was locked in Enlightenment Edinburgh during lockdown, and everybody else was saying how bored they were because they weren't allowed to go out. But I was stuck in Enlightenment Edinburgh with Hutton and all his contemporaries, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I couldn't get enough of it. I didn't want to go out. I put golf on hold. My golf handicap went absolutely skyrocketing. And it's continued to skyrocket as I get older.
Well, Alan, I love your presentation, mainly because for me, and I don't know if this is true of audience as well, Hutton the farmer is just less well known to me. I don't know, would you all agree? I mean, or I think Hutton the geologist is something that has been quite well advertised as such, but Hutton the farmer, his role is not so much. Would you agree that?
Yes, I mean, this is a tragedy because the Elements of Agriculture has not been published, and because it is quite a tough read. It has only attracted 2 academic articles previously, 2 very good articles, by the way, one by Charlie Withers and one by Jean Jones. But otherwise, it's just sat there largely neglected. I mean, for me, as I indicated in my last slide, that key question, was it being a farmer that triggered the theory of the Earth? I checked that manuscript very, very thoroughly. I can't quite find a smoking gun. I can't point to a particular sentence and say that proves it. But I think the circumstantial evidence is really quite overwhelming. His theory of the Earth doesn't actually make sense if you don't see soil erosion as the kind of initial trigger that releases material from the land, ultimately via rivers into the sea, and then all the processes that Alan described. So his life as a farmer, I would say, is really quite a pivotal point in the development of his subsequent thinking.
Thank you. Well, let's see what our audience thinks or wants to know. Who would like to kick us off with the first question? At the back there, you're going to take an on... Yeah. First hand up. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm just interested observer. This is the first time I've been to the RSC. But on a rather banal domestic note, many parents today complain about perpetual students and the cost of them. I just wondered how Hutton financed all those various activities. Was he from a wealthy family? I mean, I know they had farms, but it must have been expensive when his father had died. I just wonder if anybody knows the answer to that.
Yeah. Maybe, Ray, that's something you'd like to pick up on. Thank you.
Alan mentioned Jean Jones. Jean Jones, unfortunately, died young, but was one of the most assiduous researchers of Hutton. And she translated Hutton's father's will. It's written in rather sort of odd notation as far as amounts were concerned. But from that, we know that Hutton's father had, he owned several properties which were let in Edinburgh. He owned the farm, which was let, of course, providing rents. He did some lending and again received interest from that. And he had his income as a merchant. And the money he left would have provided a comfortable living for his widow and her family, but wouldn't have made them rich. So that's how I think Hutton financed his medical studies and so on. The farm, obviously, he owned already. He had to forego the rent in order to farm it himself, but he had the second farm, which was providing rent, and his properties in Edinburgh providing rent, but they also had to support his mother and his sisters. But the chemical business he started with John Davy appears to have been very profitable indeed. It did provide for Davy to buy an estate, for example. So that must have given Hutton the luxury to really immerse himself in science and to become, if you like, a gentleman scientist.
Right, we've got an enthusiastic question down here at the front. Yeah, hold on, if you just wait for the microphone and then we'll hear what you have to say.
Hi. To the last speaker, did Hutton look at the relationship between daylight length and plant and flowering growth? daylight length and plant growth, because it's fixed, and I think flowering plants, from what I can remember, relate to that as much as anything else, and it'd be easy to measure back in the day.
So you talked about temperature, but this is about daylight length.
He didn't get into that level of detail. I mean, he established the link between temperature and growth, but he was only looking at the mean daily temperature. Now, I guess mean daily temperature will reflect changes in solar radiation during the seasons of the year, so it's embedded in that value. But I mean, bear in mind that the science of meteorology in the 1780s, 1790s was still just emerging from its Aristotelian origins. The discovery that photosynthesis was triggered by sunlight had only just been revealed by Ingalls. So the ideas which are now kind of a commonplace to us today were just beginning to kind of form in people's minds.
But didn't Hutton try to grow carrots in the dark?
Yes, he did try, that's right. He did try growing carrots in the dark and noticed that because of the lack of photosynthesis, they were very feeble specimens. Thank you, Ray, for reminding me of that. Yes.
Another one of his lesser-known experiments, but nevertheless a great one. I'm very conscious that we do have a great online audience for today, probably similar size, if not bigger, than the audience we have here. Are there questions in the chat?
There are.
Okay.
It's a very good one, I have to say this one. If each of you could share a dram with Hutton and ask him one thing, what would it be? And what single scientific discovery or conceptual shift of the past 300 years would you share with him?
Oh, wow. So did you get that? Did you get that? Yeah. That's like a final question, but we'll definitely take it now. Thank you. Who would like to kick off? So you're sitting with Hutton.
Yeah, well, I think what I'd share with him was the whole concept of plate tectonics. Because he talked about the rock cycle, he talked about erosion from high mountains and material rocks and sand, gravel being transported to the sea, to the bottom of the sea, and then being raised up as new lands. Now, as I said in my presentation, I thought one of the most remarkable things about Hutton's thinking was that he had no idea, there was no mechanism, no known mechanism for raising those sediments up from the ocean floor up into mountains. And he had read about cockle shells and marine sediments being found in the high Alps. So, clearly this mechanism had happened. Or this process had happened, but we didn't have the mechanism for this translation from in the deep ocean to the high mountains. So that's the thing that I'd share with him, and I think that's what he'd be most interested in, because that completes one of his biggest ideas, that of the rock cycle.
Had he been able to travel the world, maybe he would have come up with it himself. Yes, I mean, he was so well travelled across Britain and Northwest Europe, but perhaps that global perspective is something that he couldn't achieve during his lifetime. But that would have been what opened his mind to that.
Absolutely.
And what would you ask him? That was the other part of the question, right? You've got an opportunity to ask Hutton one question.
Oh my goodness, that's a difficult one. I'm not sure just where his creativity came from. If he had a hinterland, we've heard about his father and how he was the secretary of Edinburgh City Council. But did he have a hinterland of scientific inquiry, scientific knowledge? Where did his scientific curiosity come from? Because that's one of the things that strikes me about Hutton, the wide range of activities that he was actually interested in. And so, was there some sort of genetic link to that scientific inquiry, scientific curiosity?
Interesting. Ray, you're sitting with Hutton. What do you ask him and what do you tell him?
It wouldn't have been a dram, because gentlemen didn't drink whiskey in those days. It would have been brandy and water with Hutton. I would have had to get him quite drunk before I asked him who was the mother of his illegitimate child. And why he never lived with her. It's a mystery that many greater historians, I'm not calling myself an historian, many greater historians than I have tried and failed to do. But also he was an early adopter of and an inventor of scientific instruments. He'd been fascinated by AI, I think. I must try this one day. I'll feed the principles of knowledge into ChatGPT and see what it comes up with.
Yeah, I think we've got to try that. It would take a while. Thank you. Alan, what would you do in that situation with Hutton? What would you ask him?
Well, the question I'd ask him is the one I posed at the end of my talk. Was it seeing the soil loss on his farm that triggered his theory of the Earth? Because it's implicit, but not quite formally stated. In terms of if he came back now, what would he be excited by? Yeah. I think without a doubt it would be climate change. I mean, the fact that he measured the temperature in his garden, and then he thought, now I'm going to extrapolate these values for the whole of the landlocked Great Britain, so up to Shetland and down to the south coast. But actually, in the elements of agriculture, he takes it right down into the tropics and right up into the Arctic. I mean, he had a global understanding of the Earth's surface. I mean, given the state of knowledge in the 1780s, 1790s, he was remarkably well read. He read widely in the French literature. There's no doubt whatsoever of that. So I think he would have been fascinated to speculate on the fact that temperature changes over time due to changing carbon dioxide amount in the atmosphere. And of course, Joseph Black was the scientist who discovered carbon dioxide. So there's a very nice link between Joseph Black, the discoverer of carbon dioxide, and eventually the challenges which we face today. So I think climate change would undoubtedly be the thing he'd have got really excited by.
Thank you. Great question online. A question there at the back. Stan. Okay, right. Sorry. Okay, I'll come to you after this person here. Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving us insight into this extraordinary man. One of the ideas that Mr. McCurdy presented was the heat in the Earth's interior. And I was curious as what was the foundation of his thinking. Were there deep mines that had increasing heat into depths? Or do you happen to know what evidence was being used for that? It was certainly not uranium.
Thank you. Alan, yeah, where did you get geothermal sort of heat from?
In 1985, where this whole question of granite had been in his mind for many, many years since he did the trip to the north of Scotland. And he saw that granite was formed or was present in a molten form because it flowed, it cross-cut the schistous, as he called it. We now call it schist, Dalradian schist. And the granite cut through the foliations of the schist. And it must have been in molten form to do that. And and closer to home, he discovered in Holyrood Park, he could see the dolerite intrusion disturbing some of the underlying lower Carboniferous strata. So again, it must have been in a molten form. So that's what gave him, I think that was the idea. And I've heard it said that these exposures, are the foundation of igneous petrology. I read that in a recent American textbook on igneous petrology, and they're crediting Hutton with being a founder of igneous petrology, and these two sites being particularly seminal in terms of his thinking. So I think that's pretty much where it came from. He also thought that heat cemented unconsolidated sediments, and I'm not quite sure what his evidence for that was. I haven't seen that in the field, but certainly for presenting granite as a molten igneous rock, the evidence there is very clear. And in fact, I'll do a bit of an advert for what we did at Glen Tilt. We've just opened an exhibition with 2 artists on James Hutton and Glen Tilt at Blair Castle, and we tell the story of Hutton's great discovery. And I loved, I read out in full John Playfair's comment. You could just imagine these Georgian gentlemen in the freezing cold and lashing rain making these wonderful discoveries and doing a bit of a dance when they realised the significance of what they were saying. So if you've got a spare 5 minutes, pop up to Blair Castle and all will be revealed on James Hutton and Glen Tilt.
And, I mean, it's an interesting question, the evidence he had for heat being the engine of expanding the strata and pushing them up into vertical strata, pushing them up to land, because really he had no evidence of that. One of the things that Hutton did in the Principles of Knowledge is to defend imagination in the construction of theory. Because although Hutton was vulnerable to the attacks that came from that he was a theorist and he didn't have practical knowledge, and that spurred him to go to Glen Tilt, to go to Arran, to go to Dumfries and so on, and collect this evidence, there are a lot of things in his theory which he could never have witnessed for himself. And the heat in the center of the Earth as the engine which changed the landscape was something which he really didn't have evidence for. A lot of people then tried to disprove it by saying, oh, well, okay, so there's heat at in the beginning, in the head center of the Earth from when the Earth spun out from the sun, but that will cool down over time, so that disproves Hutton. Or there are other people who said, well, there could be a coal fire down there, could be a lot of coal, but that would burn out over time, so that disproves Hutton. Hutton just refused to engage with those arguments because he said, they're not central. I don't want to go down rabbit holes which are not germane to my main argument. He just refused to. And he's proved right. Heat is the engine that does that, although on the consolidation of rock, he was wrong. It doesn't need heat. It was the compression that, in fact, does the work for him.
Could I just add a little on his trip to Arran? And he went over there with the express idea of finding out more about granite. That's what he wrote in Theory of the Earth. And the cross-section that he produced, or John Clark of Eldon, when in fact it was John Clark of Eldon's son who went on that trip, who later became a judge. But he also had the artistic gene and produced an absolutely brilliant cross-section of, east-west cross-section of the northern end of Arran, where the granite Goat Fell is rising up. And they envisage that the older strata is actually pushed apart as this granite rose from the depths. So, that was evidence that this huge body of granite magma was mobile. And, so he did have physical evidence for that process. And, it's an absolutely inspired cross-section. And, again, this was all happening in the late 18th century when everybody else is banging on about Noah's flood and, things being deposited on the bottom of oceans and all this sort of stuff. Well, that was true, but that wasn't the most important thing that was happening. And what Hutton did was to draw out the key elements based on the observation. His eyes were the most important instrument that he was using, and it was pure observation and deduction that he was using. And, it was a joy, an absolute joy when I was writing the book to spend time with him, because he was with me. He was in the room and helping.
Well, thank you. And a chance to see those drawings up in the exhibition. Yes, refamiliarise yourselves with them. So coming to the back wall, a gentleman standing at the back. Yep.
Hi, Chris Jackson, WSP. There was a cast of many men in all of your talks, and only 2 women. One is unknown, birthed his child, and number 2 was his sister who took his notes, as I understood. What do we know about the contributions of women to geoscience in that age, considering the kind of social context of the time? But is there anything known about the contribution of women geoscientists?
Thank you so much for that question. Really, really interesting, picking up on a conversation I was having just before we started. So, yes, gentlemen, where were the women? What were they doing?
There is very little about women scientists, particularly in Britain. But Hutton is known, Playfair said that he enjoyed intelligent conversations with women as much as he did with men. One particular woman that we do know that he came in contact with, it was Princess Stashkova, who was a Russian. She was a princess. She was a graduate in mathematics at the University of Moscow, but she was also interested in sciences generally. Later became the director of the Moscow Institute of Sciences. She came to Edinburgh because her son Pavel was at the university, and she lived in Holyrood Palace for 4 years while her son was at university, and held soirees there where people will go and discuss scientific ideas of the time. Now, we have no documentary evidence that Hutton was among them, but we do know that she had a collection of fossils and geological samples which she had acquired in Derbyshire on her journey through Britain up to Edinburgh. And at Joseph Black's recommendation, Hutton catalogued those for her and put them into some sort of order. So it's possible that he had conversations with her, a very intelligent woman. But other than that, we have no real evidence of his interactions with women. Women were not admitted to the Royal Society of Edinburgh in 1783. I'll leave that one there.
Any other comments on that point? No.
Afraid not. No.
I think Ray has answered that really.
Yeah, I think he has.
Thank you.
I think he has.
Leslie Ann, can we go back online, perhaps?
So there's a question here asking, was it Thomas William Cook in the Norfolk village of Holcombe that Hutton visited regarding farming? The BBC Villages by the Sea programme has an episode on this man, and apparently it could be linked.
Ooh, I'm going to ask you, Alan.
He would almost certainly have known about Hook of Holcombe. I mean, he was one of the preeminent improvers in England of his age. But in the elements of agriculture, there are very few names mentioned. He mentions 2 people that he stayed with who were clearly farmers, not especially well known as far as I'm aware. He travelled extensively through Norfolk and also through Suffolk, clearly gathering lots of information about the new methods. But alas, as so often with Hutton, he doesn't cite his sources. He's not like a modern writer who assiduously makes a statement and then provides the evidence either in a footnote or some commentary. You can go through large chunks of Hutton in which he's expounding his ideas, clearly building on the work of others, but we don't know who those others are. It's, again, one of the frustrations. But I'm pretty sure he would have known about Hook of Holcombe.
Great. Thank you online. Keep the questions coming. So back to the room. A question just in front of you, Leslie Ann, here. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talks. I have a question that actually is inspired by your comment there. What led to the theory of his Earth? He spent time in Paris, not little time, and that was a hotbed of the Enlightenment too. There were polymaths there too. For example, Lavoisier, he was mentioned, I believe, in your talk. He published in parts, before he went on to his theory of oxygenation, Théorie de la Terre, where he in fact also was dealing with sequence stratigraphy, with sequences of strata going from the Cretaceous in the Paris Basin up to the recent sediments, and had also ideas about this. I just wonder, is there any evidence that they had correspondence, either during this time or after? Because that also might have been an inspiration to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we know practically nothing of Hutton's time in Paris. In fact, most of what I told you is conjecture. Some of it's based on very good circumstantial evidence, but that we only have one line in Playfair to say that he went to Paris for 2 years. The Jardin des Rois did not require registration, so there is no registered document there. And many other documents, for example, the police in Paris kept track of foreigners in the city. Britain was at war with France at this time in the 7 Years' War. But all that was destroyed in the Revolution or later in the Siege of Paris in 1870. So we have practically no information. But there are very interesting things about Hutton. For example, later in life, when he was a fellow of the Royal Society, he was also made a fellow of the Royal Society of Agriculture in Paris. Now, why? He had not published anything on agriculture. He had not published the theory of the Earth at that time. But a man called Desmarais, who was almost an exact contemporary of Hutton's, who was a student in Paris at exactly the time that Hutton was a student in Paris, was by the 1780s the president of the Royal Society of Agriculture in Paris. Did Hutton and Desmarais actually know each other? Had they met way back? Did they correspond? Many of their ideas were very similar. So there's a lot we can theorize about. Unfortunately, not an awful lot of evidence we can base it on.
Mm. Thank you so much for opening up that. I mean, to what extent could there be archives relating to this time that we are not yet aware of, letters that may come to light? Is that possible?
Both Alan and I have mentioned Gene Jones. Gene Jones was one of the two people with Hugh Torrens who discovered a cache of letters in a country house in England, which had been sent to James Watt. And a lot of them were from Joseph Black to James Watt, and also from other people in Edinburgh to James Watt. And it is from them that we know quite a lot about Hutton. So Playfair says that Hutton left behind him when he died an immense volume of paper. He used writing as a key to thinking. And he had, we know, an extensive library, because he kept in touch with scientists all around Europe, certainly, and was really interested to know what their discoveries were. All that has disappeared. And, better researchers than I have looked in dusty attics and libraries for this amazing cache of papers. It could one day turn up, and it would be fascinating if it did.
Yeah, just to mention the fact that Theory of the Earth has large tracts that are written in French. So, there was clearly a very strong French influence, and I'd imagine from his time in Paris, he would have been fluent in French. I'm not a French speaker, so when I was reading Theory of the Earth, I just missed out those passages. How intellectual of me. But there was clearly French influences coming through, and one of the subject areas I gathered from the title of one of the chapters was a discussion of the French Alps and a recognition that many of the same geological elements as discovered in the French Alps were also present in Scotland, and the same with granite. His fascination, almost obsession with granite was clear in the writings of whoever contributed these passages in French. So there was quite a considerable influence there, and it shows the international influence that he was bringing to bear in producing Theory of the Earth.
Thank you very much. Yes, then we'll go to the back row. Yeah, after Alan has to say.
I mentioned earlier that Hutton very rarely cites sources in elements of agriculture, but the sources which he does cite, almost all of them are French. And I get the feeling, and perhaps Ray might want to comment on this, that the equivalent to today's email in the late 18th century between savants like James Hutton and his continental contemporaries was exchange of letters. They just constantly had letters going to and fro. And it's a huge tragedy that we've lost those letters, because that would have revealed so much more. But alas, we don't have them.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Oh, thank you.
And then we'll go over to that side of the room.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Felicity Mackenzie. I'm doing a PhD on Charles Lyell. And I'm just really fascinated by this kind of approach to knowledge that was mentioned about conjecture and refutation, and kind of this idea that or kind of this exploration that we've touched on in various different elements of all your talks, really, of how Hutton came to the ideas that he wrote in his major works. And I just wondered, it sounds like we've lost some of the materials that might reveal kind of his thought process as he theorized in those areas. But I just wondered if from either his own sources or comparable figures, there is any indication of kind of what the process and the lead up to publishing one of these kind of big works or papers might have been, and kind of we've touched on some of the kind of observational elements like his work on the farm that clearly seem to underpin his later ideas, and that's an observation rather than a theoretical thing. But I don't know if that makes any sense. But I'm just really interested in this kind of methodology of conjecture and refutation, and wondered if you could expand on that at all, please. Thank you.
Would any? Yeah.
Well, the 1785 paper that he wrote in Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Volume 1, I think it was a very brief summary of his ideas as they existed at that time. And it was a very brief paper. It was less than 100 pages, and he was very loquacious and eloquent. And all his works ran to many, many, many more pages than 100 pages. So I take from that his original conjecture was very much a sketchy outline of ideas. And if you think about the final line about about geological time, he didn't have the idea. He didn't have the concepts to back that up. So it was just a sketchy outline. I'm not aware that there's any supporting papers. Everything that I've read is in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, or in the various volumes, the 3 volumes of Theory of the Earth. And I must say I'm the very proud owner of the 3rd volume of Theory of the Earth, which is as rare as hen's teeth. And I inherited that from Donald McIntyre, my, well, not quite hero, but the chap that helped me write the first 2 editions of the book. And so it's,
that's the main thrust of the information that we have. And I don't think we've got any inner workings, or I'm not aware of any inner workings. And as we've said, a lot of the correspondence has been lost.
I'm just going to give Ray a little moment to comment on that, if you like. Yeah.
Hutton wasn't alone with the theory of the Earth. There were a spate of theories of the Earth about this time. And Hutton expected to be criticised. He was criticised on two bases. One religious basis, because he had contradicted the Bible. That hurt him because he was a believer. He wasn't an atheist, but he didn't believe that the Bible was literal truth. But also he was criticised on scientific grounds, and he was prepared for that. And one of the things that spurred him to go on this extraordinary series of field trips, which he did in his later life, despite the fact that he was suffering badly from the ailment that killed him, was to answer his critics from a scientific view. So, yeah, he learned from the critics that attacked him.
Yeah. Now, I'm very conscious of time, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody here with us. It is lunch time. So, Alan, perhaps I'll just give you a final comment on that piece.
I'd like just to add a postscript to that discussion. I agree entirely with Alan. I think Martin Rudwick is profoundly wrong in his statement. If you check Ray's book, Ray makes a very persuasive case that Hutton, because of his grounding, particularly in philosophical thinkers like John Locke, was in fact highly empirical in a lot of his thinking and his reasoning. He was an experimentalist, he was an empiricist, and not just an abstract theorist. And it's interesting, if you go into the secondary literature, over the last 20 years or so, the pendulum is swinging away from Rudwick and the view that Hutton was just an abstract theorist who conjectured this wild idea and then went about diligently trying to source the evidence in support of it. It's a much more sophisticated and nuanced story than that. And I think Ray, in his book, gets the balance just about right.
I would agree. I would agree with that, but it's in the book. Hutton was a scientist in the sense that we would understand it today. He kept ahead of the literature. I mean, Playfair says in his biography that even Hutton, when he was on his deathbed, was desperate to get his hands on the third volume of Saussure's Voyage into the Alps. He'd read the previous two volumes. He didn't agree with everything in them, but he wanted to know what was in the third volume. He kept up with the literature. So I wouldn't take the Rudwick line on that. Hutton understood everything that had so far been discovered and conjectured, and he built on that as a modern scientist would do today.
Thank you so much. This isn't the end, it's just a break for lunch. But at this moment, I think if you could please thank our morning session panelists. And thank you to Martin Hendry, who we'll hear from briefly after lunch as well. So please be back in here for 1:35. And our next session is going to be looking at Hutton, the polymath, and his continued contemporary relevance. I think this morning has been absolutely wonderful. I've learned a lot, and I've just so much to talk about over lunch. Enjoy lunch, enjoy the exhibition, and come back 1:35.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our Hutton Symposium today. All had a good lunch, I hope? Yeah, I thought it was a great lunch. Thank you, RSC. Yeah, worth coming. And those of you online, I hope you also got a nice break and a nice lunch. So this afternoon, we're kind of really developing our understanding of what Hutton has done for us or does for different disciplines, perhaps in a more contemporary sense. But before we get onto that with our next set of panellists, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Martin Hendry, Professor Martin Hendry, back to the stage. And Martin's going to be telling you a little bit more about something that you might have seen in the exhibition. A point about the exhibition, if you didn't get round it all during the lunch break, don't panic, you can go back up there for a cup of tea or coffee after this afternoon's session to have another look at it. So Martin, you're going to be telling us about the RSC Hutton's Lost Drawings Schools competition. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. And again, I'll be very brief, not wanting to hold things up for what's going to be an excellent programme this afternoon. But as Hermione says, we have upstairs in the welcome rooms some examples from our schools competition on Hutton's Lost Drawings. So I'm VP for Public Engagement for the RSC, and one of the aspects of that we're very proud of is the schools education and outreach programme. And often that involves fellows giving talks, but what's really so enriching and very pleasing is when our outreach programme can involve genuine interaction, workshops and competitions like this one. It's just fascinating to see the inspiration we can draw from our young folks. And I think it just underlines to me that innate curiosity, which we saw played out in Hutton's life, is there in so many of our young people. And you might argue that it's our formal education system that somehow beats it out of them. So we're seeking to mitigate that and avoid that happening. So if you haven't seen them yet, I can highly recommend it. They're a very interesting mixture because the remit was for the pupils to imagine the world of 300 years from now. And that's really challenging. I said in my opening remarks this morning that I'm an astrophysicist, so intellectually, I'm accustomed to thinking about a universe that's nearly 14 billion years old, but it's very hard to get your head around what that really means in terms of a human lifetime. And even 100 years, never mind 300, to anticipate forward is very, it's an interesting challenge. So please do go and have a look. You'll see that there's a curious mixture of rather pessimistic predictions. For example, the Pentlands are going to be a series of islands because the sea level will have risen. There's some more optimistic suggestions, talking about flying cars. Well, I'm a big fan of Back to the Future, and I've been waiting for my flying car and my hoverboard since 2015, so it's reasonable to hope that by 23, 26, that will have arrived. There's also reference to the world being run by AI. Well, you might argue that that's already with us, but just fascinating to see what our young people have come up with there. So there's several prizes available. The competition's still ongoing, but this is just giving you a sneak preview of some of the submissions already. So again, do have a look, but please don't have a look in the next few minutes because our programme's about to start for the afternoon, but there will be a gap before the evening session, and again, I'll say more about that right at the very end. So thank you very much, and looking forward to this afternoon.
Thank you, Martin. So I just wanted to say something about introducing our speakers. I haven't been taking a lot of time to tell you much about each of our contributors because there is available a whole suite of biographies about our speakers. So if you want to know more about the people on stage, do find yourself a copy of this. It's also online for those of you online. So just a point, don't think I'm being rude or assuming you know who everyone is. It's just all the info is in there. We've caught up a bit of time at this point. If you've been looking at the running order, we've got our next session of panellists and a Q&A. I'm then going to introduce a short break into the programme, a little comfort break around 10 past, 3:15. So we'll all have 5 or 10 minutes or so before we come back for the second part of this afternoon's session. So if you're thinking about needing a break, one will be coming then. So let's start this afternoon's session a few minutes early then. And session 2 is all about Hutton the polymath and his continued contemporary relevance. And I am really delighted to introduce our first speaker for today, Professor Dame Laura Dawson, FRSE, who is head of science for head of centre, for forensic soil science at the James Hutton Institute. So Lorna, please come to the stage.
Thank you, Hermione, and thank you, everyone, and thank you to the speakers this morning. What a brilliant set of talks we heard and fascinating discussion. So thank you for inviting me to speak on the contemporary relevance of Hutton studies, and particularly about the natural resources. What I will do in this presentation is first of all, talk about James Hutton, the man, and how the work that's carried out in the institute that carries his name, and very proudly of that, how it's related to that work today. And what did he get right? And what did he not know when he carried out the fantastic works? And what would he think of all of this now? James Hutton, he was a scientist, and he was also a founder fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. But he was willing to challenge what was accepted wisdom at the time. He was willing to push out the barriers and travel and experience with his very own eyes and feeling and mind and make changes. So our work at the James Hutton Institute will hopefully follow that example and be inspired by his work. Despite enormous world events happening around the time that he lived, there's little evidence that he noticed or wrote about them. But was he totally consumed by his studies and not interested in politics? The key outcomes were the Salomoniac that we heard about this morning and its development, which afforded him the financial security and that ability to indulge in the scientific development. And then his experience in Paris, as we heard, and farming in the borders. All of that shaped what he did. And then the time of the Scottish Enlightenment, particularly with Edinburgh as the focus of that development. And we've heard about a lot of theories of what influenced his thinking. But I actually think the fact that he was born in Edinburgh, in our capital city, actually had a huge influence on his understanding of geology. The fact that he lived in the vision of Arthur's Seat, and that pure geology was right on his doorstep. So he was born in 1859, and congratulations, 300 years from the day, both part of that Edinburgh's remarkable tradition of science and intellectual inquiry. But also one of my heroes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, because of the context of the work that I do. Doyle had a lifelong interest in science and also scientific reasoning. Now, he didn't live at the same time. He came a little bit later, but he may have been influenced by James Hutton. The deductive methods of Holmes reflects a scientific approach to evidence observation and inference that grew from that Enlightenment tradition in which Hutton worked and lived. So Doyle showed an interest in geology and deep time fossils, caves and Earth's history, subjects that Hutton helped pioneer. So I would like to think that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was influenced by James Hutton, as we now in James Hutton are influenced by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Hutton was a doctor, a farmer, a geologist, and also a polymath. He'd several identities, and in reality, like many of his time, he studied many areas and many experiences, and one led from one to the other. Climate, geology, soil, crops, and the physicality of his labours stimulated his writing, also about land economy, and the theory and principles of knowledge, the scientific hypothesis-led approach which we follow today. The institute where I work, the James Hutton Institute, is founded on good science, sound science that impacts on society. I think because his work spans so many disciplines, as we also do at the James Hutton Institute, the foundation of it, in the name in itself, is a statement of our aspirations and ambition. It was big science that James Hutton had, laying the foundations of new scientific disciplines and paving the way for fundamental rethinking and influencing other major theories. What a fantastic start and inspiration for our science-led institution. And you were right this morning when you mentioned that the logo is influenced by that very drawing. You can see the horizons, you can see the different aspects of a landscape, much that James Hutton understood, and how that is reflected in the modern logo of the James Hutton Institute. It can be interpreted as that geological strata and the stratigraphy that we heard about this morning, but could also be interpreted as field plots or run rig in the traditional Scottish farming and crofting systems. And the white space could be drill holes. Who knows? It was never written about, but we can surmise. But at the James Hutton Institute, we deliver science and we work and collaborate effectively internationally. And that's very important. Now, he travelled, but he didn't travel in the same way that we can now, with the ability to collaborate internationally, where we can share ideas and share visions. And that pays back in terms of financial benefit. For every pound that invested in our institute, we give back £15 to the economy. That is worth an investment. Now, James Hutton was a climate scientist, as we heard about this morning. And in fact, it was quoted when climate John Kerry at the Scottish Global Dialogue in Edinburgh said, "It's particularly appropriate to be here in Scotland, where less than 300 years ago, from Hutton to Hume, groundbreaking thinking contributed to the enlightenment, not just of a country or continent, but of civilization itself." So that period transformed our thinking. It was science-based evidence, not vested power of its own tradition. And now we face even greater global challenges, the challenges of climate change, land degradation, biodiversity loss, and also food security, energy security, and also geopolitical issues. But we also face challenges and opportunities that we can respond to with scientific solutions in Scotland. There's habitat degradation, soil erosion, which he saw and saw at the very time where he lived. He saw on the farm that when you got certain climatic conditions, you lost the soil, the topsoil that blew away, that washed away. But where did it go and what happened after that? And that all stimulated his deep thinking. And at the James Hutton Institute, we've taken that thinking, but here we've assessed change using land capability for agriculture, also land capability for forestry and other types of potential land uses. And that classification system uses future climate projection data. It assesses the changes in climate constraints, soil depth, slope, they all remain the same, while the climatic constraints may reduce for current upland marginal areas, also an increased risk of dry conditions in the class 1 to 3 soil type. So that allows predictions about land use and spatial information. That's what we saw about Hutton. He understood where something came from because of his experiences of reading that landscape, reading how the different soil textures, the different soil colours all around our country and also Scotland and England and wherever he travelled. He looked at what was under his feet. Hutton, I think, would have welcomed our land capability maps as they're a practical application of geology to guide our land use decisions, while also cautioning that they oversimplify the dynamic, ever-changing nature of soils and landscapes. And in James Hutton's theory of the rain, although it didn't turn out to be correct, but he investigated the law of nature, and that was one of the publications that ensued on the topic of climate. But the Scottish climate future is changing, and it's more variable, and we get more rain in short periods of time. And that increases the risk of erosion. And we've produced soil erosion risk maps for the whole of Scotland, so we can identify where the areas of most risk are and prioritise the work in those areas. Hutton generated the concept, of course, about the crops and the degree days. That's very much used still in predicting the grass growth and fertilisation of grass crops. However, there's a disconnect between his original thinking and it being rediscovered now by modern agronomists. Probably because, as we heard this morning, the Elements of Agriculture was sadly never published, but we're now getting opportunity to read about it through the scholars that are publishing. But at Hutton, the James Hutton Institute, the Met Station at Invergowrie has been measuring soil temperature since 1950. And we've seen that at different depths and how that temperature has been rising. So we're getting evidence upon which to base these models that are helping decisions to be made for land use in Scotland. Hutton understood natural resources. He studied the natural world, but from a utilitarian view, not from that, but developing unified theories. He brought science to bear in ways that had not been done before. Coal and culm, rocks and geology, air, rain and weather, soil, diversity, formation factors, crops, new crops, liming, fertilisation, number of heat days, and the relationship between soil, land, sea, weather, and suitability for which crops, and the theory of the earth. We've produced resources that have built on that foundation. The James Hutton Institute Atlas, with all that spatial data that he could have only dreamt about having to make decisions. Hutton would have admired our soil archives and the soil databases related to that. Powerful tools for systematically capturing that geological evidence, while urging that they're interpreted within a broader, long-term natural processes shaping the earth, I think he would have said. Where he lived at Sly Houses Farm, the soil was this beautiful red-coloured soil. And excuse me, I've forgotten to I'll bring it up at the end, but there's a little bottle where it's been reproduced for the different horizons. For the non-soil scientists among us, that's the different layers that you get within a soil. The one at the foot is the parent material upon which that soil has developed, the bedrock, the inorganic part. And then you get the interaction horizons, and at the top you get the horizon, AP here, which is the ploughed horizon. And that's where you get the inputs from the organic matter from the plant material that's grown there. It's developed on an old red sandstone, and it's prone to erosion, hence leading to the hypothesis that that's where he got his idea of the theory of the earth. He further used those observations of rocks to postulate that the earth formation processes were and how they must have been many years to happen. It was time, the time that it takes to form a soil such as this, but the time, the huge eons to form the earth. But at the James Hutton Institute, the state-of-the-art techniques that we have developed in terms of quantitative mineralogy, and not just looking at the minerals that are present in the bedrock, but actually looking at the secondary minerals and the clay minerals that are part of that whole structure. And we can look at them, and consistent with the origin through inheritance. But the question remains of soil formation here, and it showed that the changes that have been imposed upon that clay mineralogy and the soil that he grew up at the site house, they could have been imposed through the influence of Holocene pedogenic weathering. And this was discovered from work that was carried out at the James Hutton Institute in Aberdeen. It may be surmised, therefore, that the vermicularization and interlaying aluminium found in that clay fraction of the farm soil at Slight House may be a relic of warmer climate and more freely draining soil conditions of the past. Now, with modern technology, we can enlighten that about earth processes. So we are now building on what he thought had happened and proving it with sound science. Hutton is known for the soil science that is carried out there. And he surmised about the connection between the rock, the vegetation, relief, the soil forming factor, temperature, slope, aspect, and weather, and of course time. He didn't appreciate the one factor, although he must have with understanding crops and different inputs to soils, but he didn't fully appreciate the importance of biology, which I'll come on to in a minute. But our soils are very special. I would say that, wouldn't I? But they're hugely diverse, and that spatial diversity is so important for us making the right decisions about what happens to which bit of soil. There's higher organic matter, so there's more carbon. So it's more important in terms of carbon sequestration. They're more acid soils, and many soils are natural, semi-natural, and uncultivated. And we hold most of the United Kingdom's carbon. And they function by provisioning agricultural output of 3 billion in forestry, including processing, over 700 million per year, regulating services it provides, stores and filters our water, our air, stores the carbon, equivalent of 186 years of Scotland's total carbon dioxide emissions. That's quite powerful. And supporting by habitat the flow country, the Machar, these very distinctive communities and habitats, and the mega diversity with unexplored potential for new genes and enzymes. And of course our past, we are talking about our past 300 years ago, the cultural information that we can gather from soil, the bodies that are buried there, the skeletons, the artifacts that we are now uncovering and finding out how our forebears lived and how they learned. But soil biology, that's important, and we are now unravelling it. We're unravelling it also in collaboration with the general public, science made useful, engaging openly and effectively with different sectors of society. At the James Hutton Institute, we collaborate with government, education, agriculture, industry, and communities, working with local communities, making sure that we're doing the research that they need in their own place, the power of place. And I think Hutton knew that. He knew about the differences that happened at different locations and how it's affected by the rock that is very much beneath our feet. And one example is the Mountain Heights Hidden Depths project, where over 44,000 taxa have been detected, unique organisms, new DNA sequences unraveled, the power of the new molecular biology techniques. And over 270 Monroes were adopted, so individual families were engaged and visited these are my family's feet. We went to Blaven on Skye. And you can see there we contributed to sampling, as did many other hundreds of other people. And it's wonderful, that knowledge, as the RSE, Science Made Useful. I think James Hutton himself would be astonished by the tools we now have available, the satellite imagery, GPS, DNA sequencing, digital databases that we build up in soil. Yet he'd probably recognise the underlying principle, that people going into the mountains, observing and sampling carefully, building an understanding from evidence. And he might have even said, the mountains are not merely monuments of the past, but living entities in which the future of nature is abound. And that soil, the bacteria, the deep sequencing of that soil metagenome, over 200 soils, each with an average having 140,000 sequences. Goodness knows what we're going to be able to obtain from the understanding of that. New drugs, new discoveries, new industries, who knows? The Salamonac of our current day. Also nematodes, I'll feature nematodes here, they help understand our soil function. They're so functionally diverse and consequently use these new technologies to be effective proxy to understand changes in our soil function. And Hutton would likely have been fascinated by modern tools, revealing that living biology of soil, seeing them as profound confirmation that soil is a dynamic, life-driven system shaped by ongoing natural processes. And that rich geological diversity that drives that biological diversity and variation in habitats we have in Scotland, interacting with the climate, means that there are over 600 different soil types in Scotland. It's not just brown. There are 50 different authentic colours. They're wonderful. They're wonderful colours, aren't they? And no wonder they inspire the artistic collaborations that have come from this initiative. James Hutton, he first introduced the metal plough. And I do wonder if he saw the soil transferring to that plough and wondered what characteristic allowed it to be sticky and transferable. Observations on soil diversity, climate, humidity, altitude on temperature, all these things, crop variety trials. And that's important, the work we're doing now at the James Hutton Institute on agroecological innovations, practices and evidence-based monitoring for enhancing our biodiversity, protecting it. It's absolutely essential we have the right tools for that, and understanding our ecological functions at all these different habitats. And these innovations very much use a user-centered collaborative approach. Alternative land management approaches are knowledge intensive. Like James Hutton went to the Norfolk Broads, he did his own exchange and he learnt techniques from there and brought it back. It's the current agricultural exchange system that goes on, exchanging knowledge. And we collaborate at the James Hutton Institute with people involved in farming and habitat management, as you can see. Build on new research, including through on-farm experimental trials. He had his own experimental trials. We can see that. And he could stand at the top and look down. We can use satellite imagery to see the effects of what we're doing. But he was really visionary in how he went about his thinking. The habitat case studies and citizen science to gather the new samples and new data. We also work collaboratively to understand how we can share that data and new knowledge with people who need it, including particularly, as we heard, about the people, the artists, the young artists, the next generation, and the next generation of scientists. But I can't leave without talking about the crop science at the James Hutton Institute, where interest in dye from plants, the understanding of the seeds and barley, potatoes, and whisky that comes from the barley, and understanding the environment selects the fittest crop. Understanding the principle of natural selection, 80 years before Charles Darwin was here. I think James Hutton would likely have welcomed modern agroecological innovations at the Hutton Institute as a wise, science-based way of working with our natural soil resources and processes, while encouraging that long-term view of how land systems evolve. With over 100 years of breeding, we've produced over 200 plant varieties bred by the James Hutton Institute, its commercial subsidiaries and predecessors. Fantastic, fantastic metrics there. Each one of them a healthy, valuable, nutritive source of our foodstuffs. And also using the genetic tools, capturing that genetic diversity, and the new R-evolved population, which is really cutting-edge science for the mutations, integrating that. And I think James Hutton would have approved of that advanced plant breeding. It's a powerful extension of natural variation to improve resilience and productivity, while reminding us that crops must remain adapted to the underlying soils and long-term natural processes that sustain them. He was a good doctor. He was a farmer, a geologist, and a polymath. Error never can be consistent, nor can truth fail of having support from the accurate examination of every circumstance. This quotation captures a central theme in Hutton's thinking, that scientific understanding advances through observation, debate, and the testing of ideas against evidence. Rather than accepting authority, Hutton believed that truth emerges when competing explanations are rigorously examined, fitting nicely with our adversarial system of law, which he must have been exposed to in his brief period of legal training in Edinburgh. So I will finish on my area of science, where I believe his quotation of soil is a living bridge between rock and life. And now we are really getting to grips with understanding that living component, as well as the inorganic mineral elements that come from the rock, the organic chemistry that comes from the organic matter, but the living part of soil. And James Hutton said, Sir James Hutton, we are to examine the construction of the present earth in order to understand the natural operations of time past. He argued that Earth's remote history can be inferred from evidence in present-day rocks. It is that concept of determining what happened in the past from earth science that I take into the science of forensic soil science. But not all soils are equal, but soil has the property of huge variation, variation, because of that varied habitat, the varied geology we have in Scotland, it's individualistic, it's high probability of transfer and persisting, nearly invisible. We can analyse it with small amounts, so soil materials can be considered as approaching the ideal contact trace, both for searching for where something came from, and we heard this morning about he could tell where in Scotland, particularly in the east, where it had come from. So he was using geoprovenancing even then, and he was comparing things as we do with trace evidence comparison. Transfer to footwear, transfer to ploughs, transfer to his clothing, transfer to anything that comes in contact with the soil and the geology. But now we can link it to the strong analytical techniques we've got, to the spatial database that we've got in Scotland, one of the world-leading countries in providing that data. We integrate the information that we have about geology and soil and habitat along with the other information, the other evidence that is held. And I'm going to tell you one last story before I sit down. And this is the impact of the work we do. All the time, different problems, people missing, people being violently killed. We are looking at the reasons why. We are getting answers for families. We are providing evidence. Mr. Tony Parsons went missing on a charity cycle ride. He had had cancer. He was raising money for charity. He went missing for over 2 years. Last place seen at the Bridge of Orchy Hotel. Not seen. Months and months of ground searching. Nothing happened. 2 years, no knowledge, nothing for his family. Not a trace, no bike, no information, no clothing, nothing. Then at the turn of 2021, I got a phone call. Can you come and help us search an area near Bridge of Orchy, the Munros, just in the area at Bridge of Orchy Estate? So I went and I looked, and I was asked to look for clues, as well as there being a witness evidence that there had been a can left where it might be near to where this person had allegedly buried Mr. Parsons after knocking him down on the road. But this is speculation. It was not evidence at that time. So what we looked for was areas in the ground had recently been disturbed. And I think this reading of a landscape, which James Hutton did, he understood the landscape, he could interpret it, and we did that. And actually there was a can that was found, but it was found many, many metres from where we actually, 70 metres. It did point the general area, but without reading the landscape, where we saw broken bits of twig, where it had recently been broken. We saw standing water where then there was no rushes, there was no bog. We also dug deep and looked at the natural peat so we could see where it had been disturbed. And using all those clues, a full-scale search was started. And this was in the middle of winter, in middle freezing cold, and we found Mr. Parsons. Sadly, the utmost respect for that, the work that was done by Police Scotland in recovering his body. The mountain rescue team came and we all stood with our heads bowed. And the deer on the hill, they looked up at that point, and it's a moment that will live with me forever. But it was getting evidence, the evidence that could bring the people that had committed this crime and denied it to trial. These tents were put up. A team of people were recruited and sieving through all this material from around where Mr. Parsons' body was found. Wood chips. There was no wood chips in that peat bog in the middle of nowhere. Rhododendron leaves. There was no rhododendrons there. Beech, birch, pine. But what there was, all of those items were found in this area here, where the two accused had lived. And these were all around his body, these mix of vegetation plus material from the farm where they worked, and deer offal were on the top of his body. So what it did was it included on Mr. Parsons around him, not from the upland bog, but from the farmyard and the woodland where they lived. And this was all evidence that helped convict Angus MacLaren for committing that murder, killing. And just a moment to go to Bridge of Orchy, where indeed, not far from Glen Tilt actually, where I would like to think that James Hutton would have enjoyed these wonderful mountains and respect for the evidence that we're inspired by to provide to help answers. you can get involved. At the James Hutton Institute, it's James Hutton Unearthed, and we still carry on. I'd hope he'd still be proud of us. And a remarkable, enduring intellectual thread connects Sir James Hutton to the work of the James Hutton Institute today. And his legacy lives on, not simply in name, but in the very foundations of how we think. A commitment to the scientific method, holistic systems perspective, and a deep appreciation of the complex interactions that govern our natural world. So James Hutton, happy birthday. And full disclosure, for this, I actually went to ChatGPT and I said, if James Hutton lived today, what would he look like? And that's what it came up with. I was tempted to say, make him Jane Hutton. But
Oh, thank you so much, Lorna. I didn't want to cut you off at all. That was absolutely a fantastic. Lots to pick up on, I think, in the discussion. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Kate Donovan. Kate is Senior Lecturer and UKRI Policy Fellow at Edinburgh Climate Change Institute, School of Geosciences, University of Edinburgh. And Kate is going to tell us about Hutton, the meteorologist.
Celebrating the influence of James Hutton provides an opportunity to reflect on today's challenges, the needs of those responsible for making critical decisions and motivating the rest of us to take action, to build resilience and create a sustainable world where we can all thrive and not just survive. As we've heard today, he was an interdisciplinary scientist. And I think, as this morning's discussion noted, I wonder what he would have made of the challenge of climate change. A crisis that is so complex, deeply rooted in science, culture, economy, faith, and, of course, the very fabric of our society. Some may say that it is the ultimate challenge in interdisciplinary and systems thinking. These terms may not have been familiar to Hutton, yet concepts that he was instrumental in creating. Those facing the challenge of creating appropriate, applicable, and effective policy to reduce our dangerous emissions and adapt to the changes we've created require many Huttons. I'd like to consider myself a child of Hutton. That sounds a bit strange now that we've heard that maybe he had one. But I always started my career as an interdisciplinary researcher. Some may not like this term, but I like to think of myself as a pracademic. So this is someone who has always worked at the applied science side of academia. And of course, we need many of these Huttons. We need researchers, artists, farmers, economists, entrepreneurs, and those that observe, document, and report. And above all, we need Huttons who can communicate. And maybe I learnt today that Hutton may not have been the best communicator, so maybe we need a few playfairs in there as well. But people who can also listen and negotiate. I'm blessed to work at the Edinburgh Climate Change Institute. And for those of you who don't know it well, we very much sit at the interface between research and policy making. The vast majority of our projects that we run in the Institute are very applied. We work with local authorities, national government, and we're really trying to help them grapple with this hugely complex and urgent issue of climate change. However, I would say a few years ago, climate researchers were at their pinnacle. We had won a major battle. Climate change was unanimously agreed to be driven by greenhouse gases that we, as society, have and continue to emit. Urgent action was declared globally. It was all not acknowledged. Skeptical arguments were kind of largely pushed aside, to the point where we actually stopped teaching skeptical arguments to our master's students because we felt it wasn't actually relevant. And this was testament to years of scientific endeavour and critical engagement by thousands of scientists. A climate emergency was declared by many leaders globally. Policies at various scales were discussed, argued, and agreed upon. This is an example of one of the outcomes from the big year of 2015, where so many international policies were agreed. And there was a real optimism that change was going to happen. Countries such as Scotland led the way in developing climate change acts, plans, and advocacy. You could argue times were good. But knowledge was still required to develop meaningful policy and fund appropriate actions at multiple scales. The Scottish Government, who value evidence-informed policymaking, created multiple avenues for the translation and access of science for decision-making. And one of these I'd like to highlight was something called climate exchange. It is not known necessarily that climate exchange is probably one of the world's longest running national level knowledge brokerage programs. I had to say that slowly because it's quite difficult if you say it fast. It exists here in Scotland to gather and translate climate change research for government. This is the amazing team that form Climate Exchange. And we sit within this very complex world of policy decisions. Now, some of you might be able to see that I've just brainstormed all the influences that go into making a decision at policy level. And research is just one of many. This distinctive and important programme continues as we come to the end of its fifth year of this fifth-year cycle. And we have spent time reflecting on what the asks have been from government to climate researchers since 2011. The topics, but also how the asks have changed over time. To give you some background, Climate Exchange do three things. We fund fellowships that can be around about a year long, and this is really to embed researchers within government. We also fund something that government love, and anyone who's worked with government will understand this, and it's very rapid research projects. These can be about 3 months, and they respond directly to an ask from any policy team across Scottish Government. And we also run a series of workshops, engagements, facilitations, just to get that discussion going, ask the right questions, and refine those questions for government. By doing this review of our back portfolio of nearly 300 reports that we've produced for the government since 2011, we have seen that there's been a maturity of the asks. The asks have become more complex, more interdisciplinary, and require a systems thinking. And this is so that we can identify the right levers, the right opportunities for positive change. But this evidence relies on fundamental observations and forward-thinking scientific endeavour that Hutton himself undertook as a meteorologist through his examination of atmospheric conditions, as well as his recordings of weather patterns, and the connections between those observations and the improvement of agricultural production. Interestingly, Climate Exchange began in the same way, funded by the Rural and Environmental Science and Analytical Services Division of the Scottish Government. Climate Exchange focused heavily on the connections, risks, and opportunities between climate change, agriculture, and environmental management. And so the graph behind illustrates quite clearly that for agriculture and land use, we had quite a lot of reports focused on that theme. And this graph represents the mitigation theme, so the reduction of emissions work that we've done. However, our review has indicated that over time, asks from the government have broadened, including economic understandings of policy directions, behaviour change, monitoring adaptation actions, just transition, and how we heat and cool our buildings, to name just a few. Hutton applied meteorological research for the improvement of agricultural production, and it could be argued that this was some of the first adaptation research. I'm an adaptation researcher, and so I find it really fascinating when I come across individuals who've pioneered in this field that we think of as relatively new. So it's it's exploring the work of Hutton, and it became clear that he, like most likely others of his time, were driving adaptation research for the same reasons we are today. Sustainable economies, economic growth, improving our ability to feed, provide shelter, and protect our society. And this adaptation is naturally complex and cross-disciplinary. So today, and here's an example of this, so feel free to look at the full report of our back portfolio. I do think it's very interesting, especially if you want to know what governments have been asking of climate scientists for the last few years. But here on the right-hand side are all the different topics that the adaptation theme has covered. You don't necessarily have to read the detail, but you can see how broad the topics are compared to the mitigation graph. So it's very complex. We're having to deal with multiple issues at the same time. The landscape is therefore changing again for people who are knowledge brokers, who are boundary organisations. And so we have to, again, be fighting for our science. And these organisations and the ability to translate this for policy decisions is absolutely essential. So today in Scotland, we not only champion the voice of science, but our government seeks it out in order to support their policy decisions. And sadly, this is not the case elsewhere. And again, as I say, we find ourselves defending our science, fighting to ensure that those who hold power understand the importance of taking action to reduce the negative consequences of climate change and take advantage of the positives. The ability to translate and communicate our science is essential, not only for ensuring appropriate actions are taken to build more resilient futures, but also for more accountable government. Evidence-informed policymaking is accountable policymaking. Hutton pushed scientific thinking and boundaries and was no doubt that he was ridiculed for some of his theories. But I would hope that he would be a strong advocate for science-informed policymaking and for the professionalisation of knowledge brokers, interdisciplinary scientists, and support creative and radical transformative thinkers. Something that I think we need so desperately today. And this reminded me of some of my other work that I do in climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. An inspiration from Hutton as a meteorologist, which is constant from his story today to now, is the ability and necessity of observation and creativity within science. Perhaps surprisingly, these cornerstones of science I feel we're losing. We're losing our ability to take risks, to fail forward and discover. This is especially true in the climate space and, ironically, in the risk space. As someone who works in risk sciences, it's interesting to see that funding is decreasing. And funding specifically for speculative science and creative spaces required for this new thinking. Large consortia funding for dedicated climate change and disaster research is the norm. And personally, I agree we do need applied research, just as Hutton carried out himself. But are we forgetting the fundamentals that drive the application? So for the second side of my talk, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about risk assessment. So I've worked for many years on risk assessment. Here I am in New Zealand, looking at what damage a flood that went through this small town had what happened during that flood event. And I've looked at this from many angles, and I've worked on large national risk modelling programs and very small ones. And yet across all of these projects, fundamentally, we do a really poor job at observing and recording what happens during a disaster event. And think to yourself, who is responsible for doing this? And you will struggle to come up with one particular agency. Importantly, observing and recording also when a disaster does not occur. What happened? What made sure that that didn't happen? We seem to have forgotten or placed less value on observation, and yet empirical data collection is vital for improving our understanding of risk. Without that, We're just modelling. And models are not the truth. A recent project working to improve the understanding of climate change impacts on crops in Jamaica, here's the wonderful team, raised multiple challenges that Hutton would have addressed in his Elements of Agriculture. That of understanding the nature of certain crops, their growing and optimal harvesting times, and how to ensure productive agriculture in the face of rapidly changing climate. Colleagues of mine are working with Indigenous people in Jamaica to protect their seed sovereignty, their knowledge of resilient crops and medicinal plants that are vital for their cultural identity, as well as those that might provide important resilience in the future. Understanding the role of temperature and extreme events for optimal production, something that Hutton pioneered in the 1770s, is still required today as temperature changes and these horrible hurricanes and other extreme weather events destroy agricultural production and reduce the application of human experience. So we are, through these projects, working with communities on the ground to monitor the impacts of extreme heat, hurricanes and flood on critical plants, working with them to design new ways of protecting and sharing their agricultural knowledge, which is vital for adaptation. Again, in different parts of the world, here, South Africa and Sri Lanka, we've carried out similar pieces of work, building back a community of agricultural experts in South Africa who were forcibly removed from their land during apartheid, using cultural heritage as a tool to support people in rediscovering their agricultural knowledge, monitoring the changes they're experiencing because of climate change, and then sharing this across generations. In Sri Lanka, working with village elders to understand the importance of specific tree species, in particular the mee tree, that is threatened by a changing climate, but is a critical natural resource. So when I reflect on these projects that I've been involved in over the years, working to improve our understanding of climate and agriculture, it is clear that Hutton's work continues. And in case you think that this is only relevant to overseas or developing contexts, my current work with the UK government focuses on understanding the impacts of climate change on our current and future energy systems. It's a struggle. And so again, we need those observations of what happens during an event. We need an understanding of risk and in order to manage it going forwards. And Hutton recognised that 300 years ago. So it's not often we have the chance to reflect on where our science comes from and its future direction. But within this complex and fast-paced world of climate change research and policy, this is a great space to do so. So I'd like to thank the organisers for bringing us together to think about the past, but also the future. And here are some incredible young people in Sri Lanka planting saplings of that very important mee tree, and thousands have now been planted, thanks to their observations of the climate and how we can protect those plants and crops going forwards. Thank you.
My gosh, thank you, Kate. So much to pick up on the discussion. Thank you, bringing Hutton right up to date. Wow. So our final speaker, before we get on to our Q&A, is Professor Chris Jackson. Delighted to invite Chris to the stage. Chris is the technical director with the engineering consultancy WSP. Chris, would you like to make your way to the podium for your presentation? Thank you very much.
And now for something completely different, as the saying goes. The trajectory of today has been very much bringing Hutton's sort of history through to modern day sort of challenges and problems. I think that's a really good trajectory to go on, is to modernise this great thinker of the past. Here he is, we've seen this picture. Maybe he gets a commission for every time this picture is shown, I'm not sure. But, you know, it's hard to imagine Hutton at that time thinking about the things on the right-hand side, some of these geological engineering challenges we have in the direct response to a warming planet. So he probably didn't have that in his thinking, but as we've heard through numerous talks today, it's certainly the value in his thinking is allowing us to tackle those challenges. He probably didn't think about his work powering economic change, geopolitical conflicts. You know, him as a member of the species that's brought this planet to, you know, kind of climate catastrophes it's been referred to. But again, like I say, we've got about 15 minutes here to explore how some of his thinking is allowing us to really tackle some of these challenges. But some of the key perspectives we've already heard about numerous times today is this idea of Earth as a heat engine. This is a foundational observation. Plate tectonics in all but name, as somebody said earlier on today. The rock cycle. Also, something I'm going to touch on in my talk is something related to plate tectonics and related to life on Earth, and that's this idea of the carbon cycle. So we heard that he studied the flow of blood through the human body, but we can think about carbon as being a kind of an element which flows through the Earth system, the body of the Earth, and how influential that's been or important that is when we consider climate change and some of the technologies we're using to tackle that. And then also there was a Back to the Future fan in the audience, wasn't there? What a chance that was. This idea of deep time thinking, you know, being able to take ourselves out of our kind of 70, 80, 90-year lifespans and think over a much longer period of time, not only into the past, but also critically into the future. And I want to start off really by looking at where these things collide, and that is in this challenge of climate change. Because obviously back in Hutton's times, you know, we had parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere, carbon dioxide 278, average global temperature of 13.5 degrees. When these records started to be collected just around the Industrial Revolution, it climbed slightly, as had the global average temperature. The year I was born, that's me there, by the way, it was, you know, the parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere increased remarkably, but it was actually, I was born in a cold year. So you can see that the global average temperature was actually comparable to how it was, I'm not 150 million years old, or 150 years old, but it was a relatively cool year. And then coming forward to today, that's me watching the musical Six with my daughters, and you can see that, you know, again, the planet had continued to warm. So again, when we think about climate change, and a number of speakers have talked about this is not something that's happening over deep time. And I think that's what makes the idea of climate change quite striking for us as a species, but also for us as geoscientists, that this is something where we're taking these fundamental geological processes and seeing them play out over our lifetimes almost as well. So I think it's quite different. But how do we know that what's happening now is quite unique? We need to take Huttonian thinking on board and start to consider, okay, we can observe recent climatic change. If we want to go back a few tens to maybe hundreds of thousands of years, maybe with ice cores and dendrochronology, we can get back to a couple of million years. But if we want to go much further back, we have to appeal to the rock record. That is the only device we have to really contextualize what we're living through and what might happen in the future, not just by looking at the rock record, of course, but also by looking at the response of life on Earth to that changing climate through the lens of the fossil record as well. So we have to use the rock record. We have to go and look at the fossils. We have to go and look at their chemistry as well. We use these so-called climate proxies to understand how the Earth has changed in terms of its temperature through geological time. And it's only by careful observation and sampling of rock layers as shown here and geochemical analysis, so going to Kate's comment, this idea of interdisciplinary or at least multidisciplinary science within the geosciences, it's only by applying that and actually then taking it over, in these cases, these rocks are about 152 million years old, by stretching our understanding over that period of time or allowing ourselves to imagine that the Earth is bigger than we are, can we actually start to contextualize what we're living through now, our role in that, and what we are doing to contribute to future climatic change. We assemble all of that, and I think it brings us to a point of great humility, because by building a kind of record of the change in climate on planet Earth, we see that there are times when it's been hotter, colder, there's been changes between those two states, non-anthropogenically, these have been driven by natural process, and then it's within that framework we can start to think about what drives this. And I think Hutton's idea of plate tectonics is obviously central to this naturally varying climate on Earth, of course. Times of continental assembly during times of relatively stable plate tectonics, and we have the growth of large organic, large carbon dioxide sinks around the equator. Think of the end of the Carboniferous when the Earth was plunged into an ice age, through to times when we have continental dispersal, large amounts of continental magmatism, large amounts of carbon dioxide coming from volcanoes, and therefore we have a warming planet. So plate tectonics underlies a lot of the pre-anthropogenic changes we see. So even Hutton's idea about Earth as a heat engine actually has its fingers kind of all over this this graph. And I think that's important when we're trying to talk to people or make people understand the role of humans in climatic change now, is because we have to recognise as geoscientists and as the broader public that there are changes to the Earth's climate that are driven by natural processes. And I think that's one thing that often I find myself arguing with people about, is that somehow geoscientists are denying that the planet has ever been hotter or colder. We don't, but we have a mechanism through deep time thinking to understand why it's happened in the absence of us. Just for a bit of a commercial break, I thought I'd just try and wrap up the first part of that talk with a video that I made at the Royal Institution a few years ago, where I talked about the geological record of climate change. And I'll kind of narrate it. It will be narrated as I go through, so hopefully there'll be some sound with this video. There is no sound in the video. Is the sound... Is this? I did send it through, is it? Is he there? Nobody's there. Oh my God, this was like the highlight of the whole talk. I will come back to it. Let's come back to it. We adapt like Hutton would have. Yeah. Let's move on. So carbon dioxide, I've talked about that in a number of different ways, and this is one of the ways in which our species has disrupted the carbon cycle. And on this warming planet, we are living with that rather uncomfortable legacy of our discovery and combustion of fossil fuels, and the link between geology, resource use, and climate change that, as referred to a few times today, maybe was not one of the things Hutton was talking about, but it was certainly within his ability to think about how things were all connected. And that's where we are now. I think he also managed to recognise that the Earth was old and had seen lots of change, and that things, despite all of that change, had lived and died through those periods of time. And that's kind of a really important basis for understanding our immediate impacts today. We can, of course, try and mimic some of the natural processes that happen on Earth today. So, we can think about, the way in which the carbonate-silicate geochemical cycle works, the way in which we draw down carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. We actually transport it through rivers, in this case, through weathering on land rivers into the ocean, into the shells of these foraminifera, and then bury that carbon or trap that carbon deep within the Earth's crust at subduction zones, plate convergent boundaries. By the way, this is carbon capture and storage, right? Because if you think about it, these industrial clusters here on the left, which liberate CO2 to the atmosphere through the combustion of fossil fuels and other industrial processes, they're Hutton's volcanoes. They're modern Huttonian volcanoes there, these sources of carbon dioxide, us being in this building. And rather than the burns or those streams that ran over his farms and transported that sediment and that carbon down into the oceans, we can take that carbon dioxide or that carbon offshore in boats and in pipelines and inject it deep within the rocks under the ground. And again, when we're thinking about the way James Hutton considered the Earth system as being connected, it's interesting that we are actually trying to take some of that kind of deep time, long-term thinking and actually apply it over a much shorter timescale in response to an emergency that's much more immediate. We need to be doing this now. And just the final kind of case study I wanted to use in terms of these energy transition technologies is nuclear. We often talk about solar, wind, but obviously increasingly we're going to maybe be considering the role of nuclear, whether that's large facilities like Sellafield or small modular reactors, we're going to call them, these smaller nuclear power sources. But there's clearly a challenge here that we need to do something with the waste that arises from the use of nuclear, the nuclear process to generate energy. And I don't think there's anything more striking a demonstration of Huttonian thinking than what we're going to do with nuclear waste, okay? Because what we're forced to do is think about the multi-billion-year history of the Earth in the past. We're forced to think about the challenges we have today, and we're also forced to think about what will happen to that waste in the future. So we're already in that space. Let's take a facility in which we're going to store nuclear waste, okay? So we have some surface facilities. We're going to bury it underground. These are called geological disposal facilities, GDFs. And we have a series of engineered barriers at the bottom in which we place that nuclear waste. These are engineered canisters set within bentonite, a type of clay. That's all well and good, but what is the critical ingredient in this recipe? It is obviously this, the rock mass between the nuclear waste and the surface, the biosphere, where we and other living creatures exist. The rocks are really important here. We've got a number of different rock types that can actually retard the migration of radionuclides, the hazardous product, over. Remember, we need to keep this nuclear waste over the half-life of these dangerous elements. And so we're talking about the retardation and migration of those materials over timescales of a few hundreds of thousands of years is the safety case that needs to be made. So we can use hard rocks, we can use mudstones and evaporite rocks at the bottom to try and do that, relying on their physical properties to stop the migration of those hazardous materials back to the Earth's surface. And I think there's no better image to kind of conclude the talk on than this one. This is actually a geological disposal facility for nuclear waste in Finland called Onkalo. And what you're seeing here are two members of the human species at the back, standing within granitic migmatites, which are about 2 billion years old, engineering a facility that needs to last for 1 million years. And so I think that is a beautiful sort of arc across all of the Huttonian challenges we've talked about and some of the Huttonian thinking we've kind of learned so much about today. I don't know if the video will work. Give it a try. Okay. Well, it's even better to do it at the end. Let me skip back. Okay, should we give it a go? Yeah.
So let's go back to the beginning. 4.5 billion years ago, it was literally hell on Earth. 200 degrees Celsius. That's 4 to 5 times hotter than the hottest place on Earth today. So how did we go from that to the place we now call home? Well, to show you, I need you to join me on a 100-metre-long journey around the Royal Institution where every step will be 50 million years. We better get a move on. Back then, there would have been no life-giving oxygen in the atmosphere. Instead, it would have been a poisonous soup of carbon dioxide, methane, and ammonia. This would have been a tough place to live. But then, about 3.8 billion years ago, the oceans formed and life appeared. Stromatolites were a trailblazer. These tiny microbial critters not only coped with the boiling temperatures and the toxic gases, but they were able to take carbon dioxide and turn it into life-giving oxygen. But for 2.25 billion years, until the end of this corridor, there was still hardly any oxygen in the atmosphere. Until the great oxygenation event when some sun-worshipping bacteria learnt to take CO2 out of the atmosphere, producing food, with oxygen being the waste product. But the Earth's climate was restless. Sometimes it was snowball Earth. Other times, literally Club Tropicana. And then at other times, almost nothing during the so-called boring billion. But 1 billion years ago, things got really exciting. Sponges appeared. And single-celled organisms gave way to complex multicellular life that we now know as animals. Life finds a way. And then, 541 million years ago, the Cambrian explosion, an eruption of life inside and outside the oceans, animals, plants, flowers. But then, 252 million years ago, 75% of all species went extinct. Life is never easy. And out of the ashes, new and more complex life evolved. Dinosaurs came and went, the flightless ones anyway. Primates appeared, and then, 200,000 years ago, Homo sapiens emerged. And after our 100-metre-long journey around the Royal Institution, all of civilization can fit on the width of a single human hair.
think that's great. Thank you so much to our speakers in that session. If I can invite Lorna and Kate to join Chris on the stage. We're now going to have a wonderful Q&A. Oh, I'll go back in my speaker's chair. That's lovely. We will take a break in 25 minutes or so. So if you can hold on, no need to rush off. We'll have a break then. Wow, I mean, I feel so intellectually challenged by those talks. I don't know how you're feeling. I was like quite at home in the history of Hutton, and now suddenly, boom, we're like, Hutton's involved in all these incredible challenges and incredibly modern disciplines of science. Can I just ask you, obviously we've selected you guys to come and speak on Hutton's birthday at this symposium. Are you special within your disciplines in making these connections back to Hutton? Would you say that your colleagues and contemporaries in your world get that connection as well? Or are you sort of champions for Hutton in your fields? I didn't warn them that this is what I was going to ask, but I just thought, isn't that strange that we've got these incredibly brilliant scientists talking so eloquently about Hutton? Is that unusual?
I mean, I would say it's like, the answer is no, I don't think we're special, number one. And number two is I don't think, well, at least my contemporaries are aware of it. I think Hutton's been a bit like, I don't know if you've watched the movie Hidden Figures. I think it's a bit like, it's a great film. I think it's a bit like that. There's these people who have these like origin stories about some discipline, and they just kind of get lost in the annals of time. And if we're talking about, my question this morning was deliberate in that if we think Hutton's lost to a bunch of geoscientists, imagine all the people who truly are lost, right? We're here for a birthday party for this guy. I'm presuming there's loads of other people who did amazing things who don't get heard about at all. So yeah, I really don't think, I don't feel like a champion. I just think it's almost indelible, the fingerprints of him in what we do.
Would you agree?
Well, I think I'm slightly biased in that I work in the James Hutton Institute and represent what is a diverse group of experts, a whole range of disciplines, not only the sciences, but social sciences, economy, modelers. So we've got that rich diversity of experts and people that work together and collaborate, both within the organisation, but also externally. And I think that's the key thing, is that we need to challenge each other, and that open science idea as well of publishing and being able to discuss, as they did in the Enlightenment. It was part of their entertainment. And we need to get back to that more, where people are willing to openly challenge ideas and concepts. So I think, no, I'm not special, but I work in a very special place.
Yeah. Okay, would you resonate with that?
I think I'm happily becoming less special, which is nice. When I first started out in my career, I felt very much like I was one of the only interdisciplinary researchers in my field. I was warned not to do it multiple times by many people and ended up leaving academia totally and vowing I would never return. And I returned because now it's a different space. We're welcome, interdisciplinary research is needed, it's viable, it's funded, and now there are many special people, which is really important. And I can't emphasize enough how important it is. You can look at the news every single day, because there is a lot of disinformation, misinformation out there, and we desperately need people like Playfair, like the Huttons, to come back and actually say what is truth and champion the use of science within decision making. Otherwise, we end up in a horrible big mess. So I think, thankfully, there are many people who are special now, and we need more and more of them. And thankfully, Scotland does support our scientists well, so that's good.
And I think this 300th anniversary is a platform from which to look at what Hutton's doing, like here, but also to use it as a platform to speak wider, about the value of science over that period of time and into the future. So, questions from our audience. Many hands. Alan's put his hand up, Alan Verity, and I have to say, because of your brilliant contribution this morning, you get a question. And then we'll go wider. But Alan, I want to know what your question is.
A question for Kate, but I guess for all of you. Hutton was a product of the Enlightenment. As you've just hinted, we are now entering a period of disenlightenment. How do we address that challenge, particularly in terms of the climate crisis?
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I think we have to go back to the barricades as we did. I hinted that we had a good year in 2015. We're now having bad years again. We need to champion the COP process. We need to champion the IPCC, that was called, so the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, which consists of thousands of scientists putting forwards their work voluntarily often. We need to remind ourselves why we fought that endless battle to be heard within the policy realm. And we need to call out governments when they are not making sensible decisions. And that's up to every single one of us in this room to do that. But we need to support each other as well. I think many people in the room probably understand that the UK academic system is going through what we could say is a crisis at the moment. We need to support our researchers, we need to support our colleagues, and we need to ensure that our politicians are listening to us. And those of us that are in privileged positions, I am the policy director of Climate Exchange. I speak to many policy makers. We need to actually be the trusted, reliable source of information that they can go to. Criticize, yes, help and support, but be there when they need us, and provide the evidence that they need quickly and rapidly to make sensible decisions, because those decisions will be made regardless. So I don't have all the answers. I'm sure many people in this room do, and maybe my colleagues do.
I don't think we should make carbon out to be the bad guy, because carbon, as well as having isotopic forms, can also be good, in that we use it to good effect by restoring our peatlands in Scotland, which has a big global impact. It's also multiple forms of food sources for bacteria, fungi, archaea, all the life that lives in soil that keeps the air clean, the water pure. And astonishingly, we are seeing evolution of organisms, for example, that can degrade the plastics. We're seeing organisms appearing that can degrade forever chemicals. So nature will evolve as well, I think, with solutions. I'm optimistic.
I mean, my concern there, though, to be brutally honest with you, is that will be rapidly transformed into a climate denial talking point, that there's bacteria evolved to cope with these things, right? So I'm concerned that that would happen. Then also, that doesn't necessarily say much for the human species role of adaptation. So maybe those other species can adapt, but the question selfishly would be, can we? And maybe we don't deserve to, right? And maybe those other things do. But that's what because I've heard similar versions of that, is we need, plants wouldn't be green if there wasn't carbon dioxide. There's a million YouTube channels talking about that. So I don't know if you come across that, like, there is carbon can be good, but do you ever come up against people saying, I shouldn't be asking the question, sorry.
No, feel free. This is what we want. We want discussion. Hutton would want this, right? I mean, we want to hear what you think.
Yeah, I didn't know if you came across that in your role.
But I also think it's a global issue, isn't it? It's not just in any one country. That's the thing about the climate implications.
Yeah.
Decisions and adaptations have to be made right across the world in how we live, and be less selfish, be less consumer orientated. We've got to move away from that, I think.
I'm just conscious that we have an online audience. Hello, online audience. Have you been submitting questions yet, Leslie Ann?
So we have one saying, should Hutton's story be used to encourage aspiring scientists to develop excellent writing and communication skills?
I think there's a tongue in someone's cheek there.
Yeah, I think so. I think it goes to Kate's point. I mean, you can do the most amazing science you want in the world and fund that science really well. And if it's not being translated to policymakers, to the public, it's not that it's got no value, because it's clearly got intellectual value to the people or the teams conducting the research, but it might not be as impactful as it could be. So that bit of communication, for me, is the thing that superpowers the science. And I've said this before, that I really think it should be part of the curricula for all disciplines, especially physical sciences, including geology in that, because I think it's just got to be part of, you said the barricades, right? It needs to be part of the armament.
I mean, science not talked about is science not done. That's a phrase that a lot of us who work in public engagement, really live our lives by. And it goes back to this point. Yeah, the science does need to come out in trusted ways. So I'm looking at Martin there because I know he works a lot in this field. But yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, how do you feel? I mean, both of you obviously do a huge amount of engagement work and work out to the public. But is that something that you think, do you think the balance is right? Do you think there's enough there?
Not to the public. I do a lot of work with government. We do not do enough with the public. And that's a huge problem. And I think we could do far more. And, that's wonderful video, fantastic. Let's engage the younger people, the younger generation who are going to take it home and tell their parents. We are very focused on supporting the national government and local government, quite rightly, at Edinburgh Climate Change Institute. But I would love to see the next wave engaging with the general public, because they actually have the power to change policy.
And as the Royal Society of Edinburgh, it's science made useful, isn't it? And I think that we use different tools and different methods when we're communicating with different audiences. And at the James Hutton Institute, we communicate directly with policy and do near policy questions that we provide evidence for. We also work with industry to help take ideas further into the market. We also work with schools at Royal Institution. I'm doing a lecture on Saturday actually there. Fantastic organisation for engaging with young people, so that you just adapt what you're doing and the message, and the power of storytelling as well. I think we can learn a lot from the social sciences. And how we communicate with people, with different audiences. I think that's important. If we're producing a document for an MSP, you get half a page, that's it, because that's all the time they've got to read it. Yeah. Whereas you're doing it for a scientific audience, you can produce a 10-page document, or hundreds and hundreds of pages. It's James Hutton.
Yeah, know your audience. So there were some questions at the back there. There's your hand up there. Yep. Just wait for the microphone. That's lovely. Thank you.
I'm Melinda Fredrickson. I came all the way from California for you all.
Wow, welcome.
Thank you all for your talks. Katie, thank you for the mention about the interdisciplinary issue. I too got that talk, and I'm in library sciences. So if you can't be interdisciplinary in libraries, where can you be? And then I also had a question for the panel, if your presentations were going to be available later.
Right, thank you. I will defer to Leslie Ann. There is certainly a recording that will be available.
Yeah, as long as everybody agrees, yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. I just wanted, sorry, I didn't quite catch the beginning. Did anyone want to pick up on what was said there? No, it was just a thank you. A thank you for your contribution. Well, thank you. Yeah, okay, more questions. Right, in the middle at the back there. The microphone is coming your way.
It was possibly as much an observation as a question. We refer with a 21st century eye on being a polymath. I don't think James Hutton would have considered himself a polymath. He was a well-educated gentleman. I think we need to get back to, as Kate says, rather than being siloed, being multidisciplinary across the board, touching on as many things as we can, rather than just homing in on a small thing. Look at where we touch the other subjects.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, I was just going to say thank you, because when I was doing a bit of research to prepare for today, I was so delighted to come across someone who was like, oh, that's really interesting. Oh, no, I'm really interested in this now. And that was completely fine, and congratulated, and it progressed his thinking. And he was not just in a silo. He was looking at the problem. And interdisciplinarity is often problem-focused, or solution-focused, we should say. So we don't think about the methods necessarily first. We think about what the issue is, and then we address it with all the tools we have, and hopefully with all the colleagues we have as well. And I think, yeah, those who were us, we sometimes we're argued that we're too broad and not deep. But I think there's a huge, that is incredibly challenging to be broad and bring the right people together to address a problem. But thank you.
But one of the most interesting parts I've had in my career is taking science into the law and working with the legal profession. And I've learned a lot, and I think they've learned a lot by doing that. And it's that transdisciplinary aspect of it. It's transferring the knowledge between disciplines. And as a result, I mean, perhaps one of the examples is that I worked with lawyers, a judge, and a team, and we produced a video for the Open University, which was an hour-long video with an actual trial and written by a crime author. And that was produced, and it was used at the Open University to do research on the not guilty verdict. So actually, by doing that, you know, we've made a fundamental change in the law. So science can impact on the law, as the law can impact on science too.
Yeah, amazing.
I mean, one positive thing as well is whether it's Climate Exchange or James Hutton Institute is that there's a celebration of this type of approach to doing this work, and it's funded. Whereas, I guess, being a polymath is in the day, I do wonder if that was an opportunity conferred only on a relatively select few, of course, right? Wealthy, educated white men, principally, in certain spaces, like, you know, women, you said, couldn't be members here until...
Not initially.
Not initially. I mean, yeah, so I do think, you know, I'm glad that we have people asking questions without borders, but I'm really, really pleased that it's happening in a much more progressive sense, whether it's through individuals or institutions, than it is through identity, for example, which means that I think we'll get better solutions, because the more diverse thinking we have tackling these challenges, the better solutions we'll come with.
Absolutely. Right, Leslie Ann, can we go back online, please?
How far are ecosystem services a pragmatic research framework, and what engagement... Sorry, it's going down as I'm reading. And what engagement is there with environmental philosophers, legal Indigenous thinkers who de-centre human utility and instrumental worth?
God, that's quite... I mean, I had a question about ecosystem services noted down here. I think, Lorna, I think it was you who said, you know, Hutton would understand and identify with the power of place. You know, I didn't actually get everything about that question. Can we just read it one more time? Have you got it?
How far are ecosystem services a pragmatic research framework? And what engagement is there with the environmental philosophers, legal and Indigenous thinkers who de-centre human utility and instrumental worth?
Okay. So, yeah, we can take the first part of the question and then think how that it branches out into other people.
I think it's just a framework. It's just a tool that can be used to understand how different needs are met. And it's also something that, for example, within the new agricultural reform that's being carried out for payment for farmers, that one of the aspects is the provision of the biodiversity, the enhancing biodiversity on the farm, for example, and greening. So what are farmers doing on their land to make it more environmentally beneficial for the longer term? So it can be used as that framework quite usefully. And the second part of that question is, yes, very much we do have to engage with people in places, because the Indigenous people understand about their own land better than anyone else. For example, when we engage with farmers, they know better than any analyst about the bit down at the bottom that always gets wet because it's poorly drained and it's always got a poorly yielding portion of then they never put crops in it. So it's the understanding of people that have lived and worked in that place. And that's what we need to do by working together collaboratively in communities with people. And I think that's possibly the second part of that question.
Yeah, it's good examples there about, I was reading recently about seagrass restoration projects are now working with fisherfolk, because they already know where this work should be done. They don't need a whole load of scientists to come in and start mapping again. You know, it can be done collaboratively with local knowledge to speed up the process. Any other observations on ecosystems?
I was just going to say, it might sound a bit cheesy, but I guess we've talked a lot about deep time thinking, but that question and that response is like deep space thinking. It's thinking about not the progress of time, but it's thinking about the broader impacts, isn't it? The spaces and the places where people are. So decentering, I think, the human sort of aspect of why we're doing things, and just thinking agnostic of species and just being driven by the desire to discover and apply good knowledge for the betterment of the planet as a whole rather than selves.
Question down here in the front row. Hang on a second, just if you wait for the microphone.
It's not actually a question, but I don't know if it's common knowledge. I'm relating to the interface between art and science. In Summerhall, there's a library called the Artisant Library, which has 15,000 volumes related to art and science, and it's curated by Colin Sanderson. And also, for people that are interested in art and science, there's an excellent book by Richard Holmes called The Age of Wonder. It was written about 15 years ago, about the Georgian period and how the Lake poets would write about Humphrey Davy and his experiments and so forth. It's excellent.
Great, thank you. Yeah. I mean, I know from my work in engagement that art-science interface is so powerful for engagement work. Thank you. Right, I did see some other hands up. Over there, thank you. Yeah, microphone on its way.
Hi there, thank you all so much for your talks. I was wanting to go back to the idea of being a polymath again. I wondered, some people might say it maybe was easier to be a polymath in Hutton's day because we just didn't know a lot of stuff. Is there still some big things that we just don't know about that you could identify in your fields that, you know, that we need a polymath thinker to address? And I guess the second part of that is, do you think people still want to be polymaths when nowadays, if you have a question, you can literally just go online and ask it and get an answer? So I guess there's a two-part question.
Yeah, two-part questions there. So first of all, yeah, picking up on the first part of that question.
Yes, so many things we need to understand, and some of them may seem really fundamental, a little bit like my risk assessment point. My goodness me, I think if people realised how little we knew about the impacts of extreme weather events and other geological hazards, they'd be a bit horrified, to be honest. So the other thing that we know very little about is actually what works in adaptation and what doesn't, and how much does it cost? And that is a huge question that we are being asked at the moment by multiple governments because they need to do adaptation. But without that evidence base of what works, what doesn't, and how much does it cost, we are quite literally trying things out and we're looking at what's worked in the past. So yeah, there are many, 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 many questions. And I haven't even got onto the big things like tipping points and scary stuff, end of the world stuff. So, you know, there are still huge interdisciplinary challenges that we need to tackle. We certainly know quite a lot, but we don't know enough.
And that definitely comes from sort of drawing together expertise.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily focusing in on one type of expertise, it's bringing together that is needed.
And just a little point on your second point, I teach on a fantastic MSc course, a climate change management course at Edinburgh. And that is why I do what I do, because every year we get 30 or 40 incredible young, not always young, but early career researchers coming to do that MSc from all over the world, and they bring such a passion with them. And I did an AI and ethics lecture for them the other day, because I know some of them use AI for their essays. I know they do, but that's fine. And I was amazed at how vehemently concerned they were about things like AI and how actually they were desperately wanted to talk about the ethics, and they desperately wanted to talk about how they learn and do things the right way and create their own arguments. So there's hope out there, and that hope is, I think, sort of embodied by the students that I teach.
Getting back to the first part of that question, what are the big things that you would like to know or yet don't know?
I think it's not, and again, it's maybe my own stupidity, but I think we know a lot about how physical processes work and how we, you know, cause and effect and things. What I'm really interested in is how do we couple science with psychology and sociology? How do we get that knowledge to go to work for us? So how do we convince people of a problem, and how do we tell people about the scientific process, and how do we convince people that, you know, to get, because that's for climate change at least is what I'm thinking about. That's what I'm most worried about, is I I don't think there's a shortage of things to try and tackle climate change. I think there's a bunch of geopolitical and capitalism-driven issues that are stopping it. And that's the thing I don't quite know. That's where, for me, the biggest advantage would come is if we could somehow create some kind of hybrid study that would do that.
And I think one of the issues is that in most developed countries, people live in cities. And a lot of the problems, apart from the recent floodings that we had, for example, in Brechin and Angus, but most of the problems that you can see happening are in the countryside. And many city-born and children living in a city don't go out and experience the countryside. I was fortunate, I grew up in a farm in the countryside, so I could value what I was looking at, the plants that were growing there, the soil that was under my feet. But unfortunately, I don't think our children are getting enough exposure to green space. It's more at the computer and it's more AI that they can't necessarily trust, or there's 80% of it correct. It's only based on what goes in. And there's a lot of control, lack of control of that information. But there's a glimmer of hope in that when I was brushing my little grandchild's teeth the other day, I put the water on and he was brushing his teeth, but he put his hand over and he put the tap off. He says, "No, Grandma, you don't let it run while you're brushing your teeth."
Oh, brilliant.
And that was me told.
So there's some hope. Okay, I think we're doing very well. Perhaps we'll go back one online. Leslie-Anne, is there
Nothing online at the moment.
Oh, well, okay. But in the room, there are definitely some hands. So could we come back down here? Yep. I'm looking at you now. The Leslie-Anne, this woman here, I can see you've got a pattern on your top. There we go. Yeah.
Hi, Jane Essex, University of Strathclyde. We heard a lot this morning and it was very inspirational understanding more about James Hutton the man. He was a man who came from a privileged background, very serendipitous time and place of birth. We've heard this afternoon about wonderful communication to specialist audiences, particularly policy making and Royal Institution. There's one glaring gap for me, a former teacher. Most of our children rely on the curriculum, the formal assessments, and the formal preparation and professional qualification of teachers. James Hutton has a lot to offer. In the recent round of curriculum improvement for sciences in Scotland, 2 of us literally drew a barricade and said we would not let them leave the room without some earth science remaining on the Scottish curriculum. How can this be? Such important ideas.
They were removing science content from which element of the curriculum, at which year, which key stage?
The curriculum for excellence runs from early years through to the end of the formal mandatory curriculum, after which our young people have options. So this is all the way through, and there's been a specialist group considering inclusive and accessible curriculum, particularly for those who require adjustment for a whole range of needs. So this is quite broad.
Yeah.
So we were not saying that 3-year-olds had to be able to name 5 sedimentary rocks, lest you worry.
No, well, your comments are really concerning, and I'm glad you are there flying the flag for earth science. I mean, we just need that diversity of people involved in that curriculum review. And I guess it was falling to you in a larger group to ensure that that is heard. I mean, does any of your work overlap with curriculum review, or do you have views on the curriculum?
I think it's very important that we work with the teachers, these subject teachers, and so that we worked for many, many years with the Scottish Association of Geography teachers, and also I'm in the Geological Society of London. And you have to work with teachers. You have to make sure that they are getting the right materials. There's no point in creating fantastic resources if it's not part of the curriculum. Yeah. You need, they're time poor as well. So they want resources that link directly to module 3.6. Yes, we produce soil posters across all the soils that we have in Scotland. used still, and that was about 20 years ago, they are still used in the class teaching because they're part of the curriculum.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think one of the least useful things you can do to educate children around earth sciences is start talking to them about rocks. And I'll say that publicly, and I've said it before, and it's not very popular, because I think it's the thing that we always do, the rock cycle, the different types of rocks. Can you name them? Can you curate them? Right? And actually, that's not what geology is about. That's not the exciting practical bit, I don't think. It's the deep time thinking. It's the application of resource. It's like geohazard prevention. I think if we start with those stories and then tell people the science that is needed to then allow them to implement in their future careers, that's a much more exciting educational journey, I think, than this grey rock is this and this. It's quite frankly boring.
Yeah.
As it for a small child.
Yeah. Yeah. So lead with some relevant topics, contemporary
Why
issues.
are mountains there? Why is the soil? Why is the plants growing here and not here? What might we need to go and find out? And start with a provocation, and then go and do the science bit. I just think that's I think you might get more people excited.
Okay, have we got a final question from the floor? Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. This really builds on the previous speaker's question about child age education. I'm just thinking about all the people who can vote. And it was your question about how does all this knowledge get put to work? And I think that the counter-argument to much of what you've been speaking about is always there will be work in the oil fields, there will be work in the steel industry if you take a political journey in a distinctive direction. I'm just wondering where, in educating and connecting with a voting population who can make the decisions we need them to make, we can say where the work is. You mentioned nuclear. Where is the work? For a farmer, I can hear it because I can hear that you can improve landscapes and landscapes will improve fertility. Fertility will improve crops. Crops will give us some kind of food security. But we are at the very end of a world where people can remember employment in industry. So the question is, where is the work in everything? The work for people.
Interesting, thank you. I think we should take that as our final question, if you'd all like to maybe comment on that. Where is the work in your fields and your communications?
Well, I think from the energy side and decarbonisation, that's very much been in the, people trying to talk about they called it the great crew change, I think. So oil industry workers moving into wind, solar, ground engineering. So and the Labour government, I think, at least in the north, near Lincolnshire, there was a trial there of trying to stimulate job creation in these other fields. So, yeah, absolutely. I think we need to be talking, we don't need to be clinging on to the things that are demonstrably in decline. We need to be highlighting the things that are for the future. And that's probably where people will feel most comfortable because they can still see a way of feeding themselves and their families.
I think from the James Hutton Institute's perspective, understanding of the clean water that we drink and the nutritious food, not the calories, but the nutrition in the food that we eat, and producing and using the genetic tools to produce the right varieties that will withstand the drought, for example, allowing us have the food security and also the trees that we grow, the biodiversity of those environments, so that we keep that sustainability, that biodiversity for the future. The power of having our insects, that we wouldn't have the crops if we didn't have enough bees on this planet. So it's the connectivity as well of nature and that understanding. And I think that stems from James Hutton's workings as well, that's so important that we understand that.
Thank you for the question, because I think you've hit upon probably one of the most important challenges that we need to overcome, which is a just transition and the skills, investing in the skills that we need for the next generation and for the current workforce. So I would encourage those who haven't had a chance to engage with it, but the Just Transition Commission, which has been working extremely hard and travelling around the whole country, interviewing communities who are affected by the transition from oil and gas to renewable energy, and listening to them around their needs and concerns around what this means, especially for places that quite obviously are affected very badly right now, like Aberdeen. And I would also say it's very interesting currently being seconded to the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero within the UK government and listening to the conversations that are happening there. And again, this need to invest in skills is coming through very, very strongly. And obviously, Ed Miliband's been talking a lot about investment in skills and new job creation. It's really the make or break, I think, of people's engagement with climate change right now. If people can't afford to live the lives they need to live and to support their families and put food on the table, then we have a much, much bigger issue than getting them to agree that climate change is a problem.
But we don't know what the new innovations are going to be. We've also got to think that there could be future developments, new jobs. I mean,
Jobs we don't even know exist yet.
No, exactly.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry if we didn't get round to letting you ask your question. We're now going to take a very short 5-10 minute maximum break just to refresh, and then we will reconvene when we will be discussing where are the Huttons of today with a new panel. But right now, let's thank our current panel, to Chris, to Lorna, to Kate. Thank you so much. Oh, yes.
Can I just say that this is a message in a bottle. This came from Sighthouse Farm, from James Hutton's farm, and it shows you the soil horizons. How long do you think it took for that subsoil, that soil to form above that subsoil? How many years, if we're putting that in time? Come on, you know, Stuart, don't you? Somebody that doesn't. How old do you think that soil is?
500, 1,000?
No, up.
10,000?
No, down.
5,000?
About 8 to 10,000 after the last ice age. So, yeah, it's precious.
Yeah, it's precious. Look after it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you just want to take your seats and we'll move on to the next session. I'm just giving them a minute. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to try the... Yeah? Okay, I think we'll make a start. If you want to just take your seats. Yes, Alan, you... I think it is yours, yeah. No, sorry to hassle you. Just take a moment to find your seats. It is very warm in here. We're going to leave the doors open and see if that just keeps everyone awake for the next hour. What am I saying? We've got some very stimulating discussion coming up. So, yeah, no sleeping. Right, I'm going to take my seat. That's what I'm going to do.
Actually, we get the view. We can name and shame if anyone's fallen asleep in the audience. No hiding.
No. So thank you very much for coming back. And online, thank you very much for letting us take a short break as we head into the final part of our daytime symposium. And you will see from the running order that this has got a really intriguing title. Where are the Huttons of today? Well, to answer that question amongst many others, we have a wonderful suite of panellists who I will just name check now for you. I'm joined on my left here, Dr. Vanessa Collingridge. Vanessa is a writer, broadcaster and academic and brings a particularly kind of interdisciplinary kind of lens to a lot of what we've been talking about. Welcome, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Also, Dr. Lara M. Kalnins, welcome. I don't actually know you very well, so I know these two quite well, so I'm really delighted to bring a fresh face from me anyway to the panel. Lara is a lecturer at the School of Geosciences, University of Edinburgh. So thank you. Welcome, Lara. And we're also joined by Dr. Nick Fraser, FRSE, who is Keeper of Natural Sciences at National Museums, Scotland. So they're going to all say a little bit about themselves and the context in which they work and kind of therefore the kind of views which they bring to this discussion about sort of Hutton and research of the day. So did we pick an order? I think we were going to do the order on the running order. So Vanessa, I'm going to come to you first. 2 or 3 minutes perhaps to talk to our audience.
Okay. Ready, set, go. So my background is I was somebody who naturally, by inclination, was probably more on the arts side of things, arts and humanities, but my interest and my curiosity was always about science. I was that child who would be, getting muddy and digging into ponds and all of that. And going through school, I really did have this sort of conflict between should I go for English and history and geography and stuff, which would be easy, or go for biology, physics, whatever, which is what I really enjoyed. And in the end, I settled for that by becoming a geographer. So that managed to, yes, exactly. Everything boils down to geography. I was inwardly laughing when I was hearing so many people talking about their own career journeys today. Everything boils down to geography. Because you've got the arts and the sciences, the social sciences, that's held together and necessarily interrelated. I had viral encephalitis when I was at university. I'd got a, what's it called, a disadvantaged scholarship thing up to Oxford because I came from a really rubbish comprehensive. And I had viral encephalitis and really had to do an extra year. And when I came back, I went to see my historical geography tutor, who bizarrely focused more on sort of his sciences in the past. But he said, I said, my brain's not working. And he said, your brain does work, but your brain isn't geared towards detailed analysis. Your brain synthesizes information. And it's been really interesting hearing about James Hutton, his career, his evolution, and then hearing all the speakers today and chatting to you all off stage as well, just about how important the communication and connections are. So no surprise, when I left university, I went to join the BBC and, well, yeah, ITV, then STV, then BBC, and I've had a career in broadcasting ever since. Incidentally, my specialist area at university was climate change, but I was told I wasn't basically man enough, like wasn't male enough, didn't wear an orange tank top, you don't look like a scientist. In fact, the head of BBC Two once said, "You're too pretty to have any gravitas as an expert." So thanks for that. But yeah, so I've had to straddle that all through my life, is that my brain is quite kind of scattergun. I was very interested in the word dilettante that came up. Was it one of the Allens? I can't remember who raised it this morning.
In the first session.
And that was actually used against me in my PhD, when I did my PhD at Glasgow, because I came from journalism back in to do history of science, basically. I was looking at systems of thought in the 18th century, geographical thought, the way we can conceptualise the world in the light of James Cook's explorations. So, yeah, I've never really found a home until 22 years ago, I met up with a woman called Professor Mandy McLean, and she and I set up the Café Scientifique in Glasgow. And that is, we're going to have lawn affair in the autumn, and it's one of the most fantastic spaces. And so that's really how I bring science to the public. I'm all about public knowledge rather than just elite scientific knowledge. How do we get that knowledge out of these elite spaces, whether that's by gender, by class, by heritage, whatever? How can we get those into broad and diverse, publicly accessible places and spaces? So yes, it's been a joy to be here today and hear about the Oyster Club. Did you mention it was next to a brothel, or was that in my own reading?
Well, yeah, I mean, that part of town, the Cowgate, where it was, it's still not that salubrious, but yeah. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I think we had a great question earlier from Chris about women and the recognition of women's contribution at the time of Hutton. I mean, we're in better state now than we were back then, I would say.
I think we are, but we think we are, but there's still so much work to do. There's so much work to do still.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's something that we'll pick up in the discussion. So now, just to continue round, Lara, would you like to tell us about the work that you do?
So a similar sort of starting point, the child who is interested in everything and into everything, very broad at school. I then took a great big leap when it came to university. I decided I would go thousands of miles away and went to Caltech, the California Institute of Technology. I didn't know if I wanted to do research science as a career, but I figured it would be, you know, jumping at the deep end and see if you can swim. And they take a very interesting approach in that they will not give you a degree in any science without you taking 2 years of physics. Most degrees require 3 years of maths. Everybody has to have a certain amount of chemistry, a certain amount of biology, a certain subject science you probably haven't studied at school. Interestingly, also scientific writing and communication were mandatory. It became later as we went on why exactly that had been required. And also a certain amount of social science and humanities. So my degree, I eventually sort of settled down from that background in earth sciences. My BSc does actually say geology on it. Everything else is just hidden underneath. And I've stayed mostly there, but as I say when I'm talking to prospective students or in the undergrads, okay, that means you've decided you want to study the earth. Now you have all of the sciences and a reasonable portion of the social sciences as well to pick from in terms of how you want to do it. And I still use most of them in various ways, which does sometimes leave me in a bit of a tricky spot when a student or a postdoc moves on and leaves me with something that's sort of vaguely written up, a fair portion of which is not within my comfort zone because I've been working out into the chemistry portions of it or similar where I'm not as strong. And then every now and again I decide that actually that's still not a broad enough box and I'm going to escape, and there's that interesting little side project with a mathematician over in Glasgow on looking at the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation. Because why not? And I think in sort of along that way is in some of, or the one through the Young Academy of Scotland, looking at how do we communicate to young people about the diversity of pathways into different industries, including things like space, that can seem like they have a very narrow, very one track, into the space industry. But that isn't true. And how do we get that out there? Because if you go and talk to careers advisors or secondary school teachers, you tend to get I wouldn't know where to start with a student who was interested in space. So that's sort of the sweep of what I do.
And do you feel that perspective, that journey, has enabled you kind of to get further ahead more quickly? I'm just that might not be quite the right question, but I mean, that holistic view, is it helping you sort of progress further than you might have done with a narrow view?
It has moments where it does, because you do manage to draw together something that other people haven't. But I think was touched on earlier that the depth of expertise in areas so much deeper in it now that you may have been the person who saw the connection and drew it together. You might be third or fourth author because you had to bring together the people who had that depth of expertise to do that. And I think it can also, I still don't know what to say I am.
Yes, I noticed your title is just lecturer.
It's just lecturer.
Yeah.
At some point, we might at least try to get like earth sciences stuck on the end of that or something. But even if I go to a conference, I don't present in one division. Yeah. If you go back through my conference abstracts for some of the big conferences where I have gone many times, they're across 3, 4, 5 divisions. So I don't have that depth of focus. And I think it can, when I do get an invited talk, it's often a big holistic, can you do this? But I think my portfolio of invited talks is probably a bit narrower because I don't have that, that's the person to see about that.
Okay. Well, perhaps we'll pick up some of that later on. Nick, give us a couple of minutes on your sort of context in all of this.
So my journey. Okay. So I think it's interesting. Like my panelists here, I too was one of those kids who loved playing around, putting wood lights into my toy cars and driving them around the car, around the house. That was me. Did not find dinosaurs interesting at all. Completely boring. I started my scientific life, I guess, at King's College, Aberdeen, as a parasitologist. I love parasites. I just found them fascinating. I then followed my nose a little bit across Aberdeen to Marshall College and down to the so-called drain at the time, to the anatomy department. And I spent some time in the human anatomy, learning about anatomy. Just behind the drain, or up the stairs away from it, was the geology department, which soon attracted my attention there. And I was spat out of that a few years later on as I had a label, a vertebrate paleontologist. And I've gone under that title ever since. Whether I am a vertebrate paleontologist or not, I don't know. My research area at the moment, it's always been the sort of Triassic biotic change across the Triassic-Jurassic boundary. That's been my main focus of attention. But more recently, the last 20 years or so, I've worked in China an awful lot on these really bizarre marine reptiles that are so classically preserved intact, often with body tissues still preserved. And so it's a fun place to be, but it's not an easy place to get research, financial support. And I found that very interesting, what we were talking about earlier this morning about the funding. And I think we all know that there are future or present-day Huttons around us, but I see them on there every day going to school. They are there, but how are they going to be funded now? How are they going to be funded in the future? Is one of the concerns I have.
So I think that's a really important point. Audience, get ready. Questions. I'm coming to you in about 3 minutes, okay? But just this funding point. Can you just go back a step and describe what are the challenges of getting funding for interdisciplinary for work?
So I can just see Hutton now. he puts in his UKRI grant proposal, and they say, and it comes back from the panel, and they say, well, oh yes, this work that you're doing, it's all very interesting, but where's it going? Research, you've one publication in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Well, it's not Nature, is it? And budget, oysters. What's this for? Can you see that? And I think the blue skies thinking is not funded by most countries' funding organisations. And I think that type of work, impact will come later on down the line. What was Hutton's H index? What is it now? It's probably 0. It can't be that high. But that's the sort of thing which I feel is a struggle. And I see research postdoctoral fellows struggling. They spend their time looking for money from one year to the next. And I think that is a challenge for the Huttons of today.
Does that resonate with you guys? Have you found it challenging to get funding?
I think sometimes it can be incredibly small pragmatic things in that, you have a certain number of pages. If you are writing about what you're going to do in a couple of disciplines, division happens. And then you will get reviewers who have had their own expertise and are reviewing one aspect, and they will complain that you have not gone into sufficient depth. Well, you haven't gone, or that your Gantt chart is too complicated. Well, you haven't gone into sufficient depth in area A because you had to allocate an equal amount of space to area B, and you had 8 pages. And obviously, that can kill a proposal. And there's a very simple logical reason there why, if you're going to bring multiple areas of expertise, you cannot devote as many pages to each one.
Yeah, and I get the question, but where do you sit? As in, are you physical geography, are you human geography, or like, and there's a real desire, and it is getting absolutely worse. I would agree with Nick and Lara, that as the money becomes tighter, the tick boxness of applying for funding becomes ever more soul crushing, because it doesn't leave spaces for. I wouldn't like to sort of call myself a polymath. I would never do that. I'd say a generalist. Yeah. There's not the spaces for doing that, but actually generalists have really good skills for pulling together research projects, even if you are third author.
I mean, slightly different issues there, but certainly just the actual system, the process, not having room to describe these interdisciplinary approaches, but also its allocation of funding at a higher level. What proportion of funding do we want to put to blue skies?
The other area which I think is worth bringing up is there's 50% of our potential Huttons are discriminated against. I.e., there is not the funding, I don't think, for women in science. That, thinking about things such as young kids, being able to go to conferences, having that support to be able to do that. And I think that is another area where we need to change the funding process.
2 women with us here. Can you identify with that, with your career? Have you found it harder?
I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. I am not attending the evening event because someone has to collect them and give them dinner and put them to bed. I have been to, obviously COVID plays a role here. My eldest is a COVID child. I've been to one major conference and I brought them with me.
And was there a creche facility?
There was a creche. You could only send them half the time.
Okay.
It's a lot better than 0.
I mean, I know you have combined your career with family.
Yeah, I've got 4 kids, now aged 15 to 22. When they were younger, I literally had to take my mum to every academic conference, or sometimes I had to pay for a travelling nanny to look after them, especially if you're breastfeeding. I reckon I could do a 3-day trip to America and use the fridge in the hotel room. But getting that back through customs nowadays, I gave up when some security guard said, you bin it or you drink it. It's like,
Wow.
raised a little bit of feminist hackle there, but
So some really specific issues that speak to this wider issue that you've addressed in
Yeah.
it. The Huttons of today, yeah, it's not equal. At the moment. Well, a good point, I think, to open it up to our audience. Questions? Oh, right. Okay. We'll go over to this side of the room, please. Yeah. Remaining hand up there. Yeah. And then come to you. Okay. We'll do that.
I hate to start this off, but Dr. Fraser, since you've been in China and you work in the United States and Scotland, I was wondering about the accessibility of collecting and analyzing fossil specimens in those different countries. In my country, it's becoming really restrictive through landowner challenges as well as federal challenges to collect specimens. What is the case in China? Why are they discovering such incredible specimens? Is there no jurisdictional restrictions, or what goes on?
So there are very much jurisdictional restrictions, but I think they are opening up quarries just specifically to collect fossils. So the size of quarry that you'll see in Guizhou province in the limestones in this country would be opened up on that scale purely for making roads. There, they're doing that purely for collecting fossils.
Oh, wow.
So the amount of work that is going on and the sort of labour that goes on directed towards science is phenomenal. And I find that really rather encouraging.
Yeah, very interesting point. If we come here to this gentleman here there we go, yeah, in the Persia. Thank you.
This is a bit of an oblique question, but it's very much an end of session question. I mean, the question was, where are the Huttons today? Well, there is no Hutton today, in the manner of speaking. There is no Hutton on Princes Street. And I had a friend recently who I had to take round all the statuary in the centre of Edinburgh, and we saw Drummond, who created the New Town. We saw Simpson, who created the anaesthesia, George IV. And he said at the end, he was an American, he said, well, where's Hutton? And all I could mumble was, there's a plaque somewhere and one or two paintings. And I just wonder whether the panel thinks that now, in celebrating his birthday, that some thought should be given to whether a statue should be commissioned of Hutton, where it should go, and also which organisation, Geology, Royal Academy, which organisation should take the lead if it's worth doing. And that would inspire young people too.
Well, what are your views? Does Hutton deserve a statue, or are we better with things? I mean, the tercentenary has certainly been an occasion where ways to commemorate Hutton have been discussed very widely over the past decade, and certain things have come to fruition. For example, the Deep Time Trail, talking about Hutton's work, perhaps more than just the man himself. But do you have views on this? Are we celebrating him enough? Should there be a statue?
I'm not a huge fan of statues, I'm sorry to say. I like public art. I'm all in favour of that. And I think if it's stimulating, then it makes people think, then it has got a valid purpose. I suppose I'm more interested really in the spirit of his work, which is this interdisciplinary focus of his work, which I think is needed now more than ever. Who was it that just talked about was it you, Alan, that talked about the anti-enlightenment, whatever you called it? And I've been talking about that, for, as I say, I'm an 18th century specialist, so I'm all about the Enlightenment and the anti-enlightenment that's happening now when we're shutting down other voices. I think opening up curiosity is probably the biggest thing we could do to celebrate Hutton's legacy. Curiosity is such a under-regarded resource, and we should all be encouraging it.
What about the rest of the panel? How do we commemorate Hutton effectively?
Do I think that he's of equal standing to many people who have a statue around? Yes. But I would would tend to, I don't actually think a statue is that inspiring for most people. A statue means something to you when the person it is of already means something to you, I think. So I think in terms of bringing it to new audiences, something like the Deep Time Trail, for me, is probably a more effective means.
Or Laura's glass jar. Laura's glass jar. That was brilliant. Loved it.
Yes, I think I agree with you. I don't think, for me, a statue is the way of recognising the greatness of this, the body of work. And I think celebrating Sticker Point, places like that. But, you know, we've already seen that the one obvious picture of Hutton is, in relative terms, a bit dishevelled. He would not have wanted that, I don't think, so therefore we should recognise him in a way that is consistent with the person. And I think that is more away from an artefact of our sort of feeling about him as more as what he's left us with.
And remember, if you go to Dynamic Earth, you can actually meet Hutton in person in a project called Scotland Time Yours, which has really stood the test of time. So take your visitors to Dynamic Earth next time. Chris at the back.
Hi. So the question is where the Huttons of tomorrow or today.
Yeah.
But for me, that just kind of fetishizes an individual, and I think we have a problem in science where we put on a pedestal, to pick on the last question, individuals. So what value do the panel see in teams? Because we're talking about multidisciplinary approaches, interdisciplinary approaches. That can only arise due to the input of several people. But, like, what's my question? The question is do you value teams as much as individuals, or how do you see the recognition of contributions scientifically now and in the future, and how it was in the past?
Yeah, I think it's a great evolution of our question. So yeah, who would like to take that first? Because I think we'd like to hear what you all have to say. Teams, Nick?
Okay, so I work all the time in teams. It's a long time since I've done a single author paper. In fact, you know, they're not fun for a start, but you bring other people in. And I do feel that the more you bring in, the more specialists, different areas, the more fun it becomes. And so the biggest kick I've ever had out of paleo is this so-called Tweed project, which was looking at the origin and evolution of tetrapods, based mostly in Scotland, but we had a whole group from across the BGS, Leicester, Cambridge, National Museum Scotland, and Southampton. And we all brought something different to the programme. And we met, we'd do field work together, we'd have a cottage to stay in whilst we did the excavations. And that project sort of spawned so much more than we thought it would at the outset, that I think that was my greatest sort of kick that I got from paleontology and working as a team.
Wow. Yeah. So I would agree that it is the most tremendous fun when you have a group. I would tend to prefer not a huge group so that you can know everybody and hear all of the voices in a room, you know, batting around ideas around a big question from all their different perspectives and trying to figure out what might be going on and how are you going to tackle it. I think maybe we're getting better at recognising the contributions of sort of formal teams, that you will see that in an author list at a conference or a paper. This team, in my own work, I sailed in the International Ocean Drilling Project quite a few years ago now. You know, there's an identity there. There's the Expedition 330, Expedition Scientist Identity. You can put it in an author list. It has some standing. What I think we are less good at recognising is the informal teams, the teams that come together for a small project. They never have a name. They're not a lab. We're often not a science that does the whole surname of PI lab. They don't have that identity the way some subjects do. That you came together and you're part of this project, and that it is greater than the sum of its parts. and that wherever you are on the author list, the whole couldn't exist without the pieces. And I don't think we're very good at recognizing it. And it can be the people who were doing the connecting and can do that bridge, dabbled in lots of different things, can speak the multiple languages. I don't think we have a great system for those people. And I think it starts quite early on. I think actually, say what you like about the curriculum for excellence, we do encourage slightly more breadth slightly later than some of our neighbours. But then once you get to university, after the first year or so, it is very much one subject. As you go on to master's or PhD, it's even more narrow. That's an easy narrative to sell. I am semi-obsessed, or this person I'm writing about is semi-obsessed by this one subject. And that is the absolute opposite of a lot of the figures of the Enlightenment, to move away from fetishization of just one. That is the absolute obvious. They weren't obsessed by one thing. They were obsessed by curiosity.
Yeah, I would agree. So the question was about teams. Sorry, it's been a long time since the question was asked. So it was about the value of teams, was it?
Yes, like we need to get away from thinking where are the Huttons of today, because that's perhaps
the kind of exceptionalist argument. I would definitely say that teams are where the really creative work is happening. There's, of course, the famous, is it Harvard piece of research about diverse teams make smarter decisions? And when they got different types of people all working together, and the best at problem solving was the most diverse, rather than the most well qualified or whatever. And there's also the research on the water coolers in the office, that again, the biggest source of creativity in an office was actually those informal spaces that we've been hearing about. Yeah, it is, exactly. And it's these spaces and places, like the Café Scientifique, which I used to run with the lovely Martin Hendry there. But those places where you bring an astrophysicist with a geographer, with a biologist. We were the holy triumvirate that used to run it back in our day. And we were coming from so many different points of view that we could spike off each other and have all these really creative decisions about who to get along to speak, or how to approach a topic. We choose a different angle. So I do think that teamwork is important, but I also think we shouldn't lull ourselves into a false sense of security that we are hitting the DEI kind of targets, because I think until you've got people who think completely differently. So we heard with Lorna's talk about citizen science, and with Kate's talk, I think, as well, the citizen science, engaging with people actually doing the pracademics, the kind of, sorry, I'm going to have to take a glass of water. That's okay. The horrible drugs that take out the moisture out your mouth. So I think we need to start really being bold and engaging with, Kate was talking about the indigenous communities. And when in my own Captain Cook research, so we talk 18th century, one of the indigenous people that Captain Cook had on board the voyage, or picked up along the way, was this Tahitian man called Tupaya. And he drew a map. He was able to guide the Endeavour ship. No, was it Resolute? No, it was Endeavour. Okay, my brain's gone now. But he was able to guide the ship to New Zealand from Tahiti just by singing and chanting. And that's how they had learned. Tupaya and his assistant, they had a completely different conception of space and time. And we always thought, Tupaya's map, it's a lovely crude map. Cook had taught him how to do surveying. He'd done sort of like a Western star map, but it was all a bit out of order. And then some brilliant academics went back to this about 10, 15 years ago, using traditional indigenous Polynesian conceptions of time and space, which is, I think it's a spiral or something. I can't quite remember all the details now. It was absolutely phenomenal. And using that system of thought, the map made perfect sense. In fact, it was probably as accurate, if not more accurate, than James Cook's first map.
Wow.
So again, it's the more we can engage with surprising stakeholders, then I think it pushes us out of our comfort zone and makes us do better science, makes us do better communication, because we have to think harder.
Yeah, so it's not just sort of cherry picking some nice different ideas and bringing them into your own thinking, it's challenging the way you're actually thinking through different form of teams. Chris, does that go to answering your question?
No, perfect, yeah, thank you.
Great. More hands? Oh yes, down here on the aisle.
Yeah, a very interesting discussion. During your conversation, I went back to a note I made that I've just discovered Hutton was saying, was this point about to make philosophers husbandmen and vice versa. And I think that's quite interesting, learning about Hutton more than the sort of geological figure that he is, that, he spent, over a decade as a farmer. So this idea that, these maybe Hutton-like figures are not potentially purely academics. They are people who have had from all walks of life. So I'm just interested of what the panel think about that. Is it the sort of the breadth of Hutton's career, I guess, and where he was, brings that perspective when thinking? I don't.
Well, that's a great question. Anyone would like to pick up on that?
Can I come in just to be a complete James Cook bore? So I was having this very conversation at lunchtime with Felicity, the PhD student who asked the question in the first half of the day. And we were discussing whether it was that magic that happens when you are not steeped in traditional learning, when you really are a practitioner rather than just an academic. We talk about pracademic as a kind of interface between the two. But if you don't go in encumbered with the classical way of thinking about something, that's when there's space for imagination and creativity. And I think that is so important in Hutton's story. Also, James Cook, he was the only one on his first voyage, he was the only one who wasn't public school educated out the officers. And they'd been steeped in the traditional Greek and Latin and classical ways of thinking about the world. He hadn't. He'd been a barefoot son of a farm labourer and learnt his seafaring in the Merchant Navy in Whitby, doing the coal trade. So I think those kind of approaches of people actually literally getting their feet dirty, don't get me wrong, as geographers or geologists, we inevitably get our feet dirty a lot of the time and our hands and our faces. But actually mixing with the husbandman, whatever it was called.
Yeah,
whatever the quote was, is really, really important.
Yeah, I think I would pick up on that as well, in that we've talked about that he does come from quite a privileged background. His father was very much an important man in Edinburgh, and he had a pretty privileged education, despite the fact that his father died when he was only 3. And he's moving in these very influential circles. But when he decides that he's going to try and turn this firm around, he goes and basically informally apprentices himself to a bunch of farmers. So he's taking the knowledge where it is found, and he seems to have come to that very open to what they knew that he didn't, despite a social system that would have said that he was of much higher social standing and, in a formal sense, much better educated than they were. And I think that speaks to the idea of being very open to these other sources of knowledge that may be very different from our own and may not be traditionally valued in the system.
That may go back to his personality as well. I mean, yes, he didn't want to dress up for his photo or wear a wig. He was just happy, wasn't he?
And a good sense of humour. I think you need a good sense of humour working in interdisciplinary teams, so for sure.
Yes, for when you discover that you have been having parallel conversations, because that word does not mean the same thing to both of you.
But Nick, I don't know whether you want to come on that.
I was going to say that this brings up another point, to be honest. I think he was surrounded by nature, and that's what helped bring this all about. And the other thing that I think is going to really impact on, if we're looking for present day or future Huttons, is the urbanization of the world. So what is it, 55, 56% of the world's population live in the urban environment. by 2050, it's going to be more like 68%. So that exposure of the next generation to the world around us is going to be more challenging. And I think that's something we really have to be careful of.
Absolutely.
That's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah,
Lorna.
absolutely, what Lorna said. Comment, question down here, hang on. Hang on a moment, could you wait for the microphone? Thank you, just so everyone can hear.
So it's about the Scottish Enlightenment, and basically the Scottish educational system has always been a more general, broad-based one compared to the English system. Also, historically, it was 10 times more expensive to go to Oxford and Cambridge compared to the Scottish universities. And so people like Robert Burns and James Hogg had, you know, they were educated, they were high. Well, James Hogg was only educated till the age of 9. But like Robert Burns wrote the song Westland Winds when he was on his way to Mass, evening class. And that noted biodiversity 200 years ago. I'm just wondering if that broad base contributed to the inception of the Scottish Enlightenment.
Yeah, or is the broad Scottish education a result of the Enlightenment? Was it there at the time? But right, okay. Comments on the significance or otherwise of this broad Scottish education? Any thoughts?
Well, I agree. I think that it has a bearing. I think that's true of any education, that broader based. And you talk about the Scottish Enlightenment. I was in Florence last week, and I was struck by people like Buonarroti, Dante, Galileo, Botticelli. How were they getting funded? They were getting funded by the Medicis, or they were getting funded by the Roman Church. But they were allowed to do all sorts of different things. And, you know, things like understanding the world around them. Botticelli with La Primavera, 138 species of plant in that one picture, which you can identify today. And that's a sort of broad-based education that was going around also in Italy too at the time. So I think it's vitally important to have that broad base, and I think that has been a help.
Okay. We have still got an online audience with us, so let's go to a question from them.
If AI is destined to inform future learning and research, how do we promote Hutton's philosophy of rationally developing theory with reasoned observation?
Okay, so AI, theory and observation, all in one question. Triggering any thoughts?
Yeah, I think you've got to ask the question, who's doing the seeing? Who's doing the programming? One thing, having done a lot of kind of cross-cultural work, one thing that really worries me about AI is that it tends to be designed, talking in very broad general terms, by young men, probably westernized, educated men. And what really worries me is that we're going to lose those other ways of seeing, that they won't be fed into this sort of monolithic source of all knowledge. So that is one concern I have about that. Can't remember the rest of the question, so over to Mike.
So there's something that, you know, when I'm talking to my students about it, there's two facets. One is that it does patterns. It is very, very, very good at patterns, but it cannot think. And if the pattern you want is not the common pattern, it is very hard to get it out of its track and to go down the other way. And so that means that the scope for creativity, you know, to see a pattern that we have not yet seen out of masses of data, yes, maybe, or to follow a pattern to its logical conclusion, but to actually go beyond pattern into what makes things work.
It's iterative rather than generative.
It's about how we use it, what we give it, and how we use it.
So I think that there are things that it's very, very good at, but there are elements around moving away from the existing pattern that at the moment it cannot do, and that you have to evaluate. My usual tagline is, you have to be the human in the relationship. That evaluate that whether the pattern it is giving you is fit for purpose and is the pattern that you need for the job at hand.
But I think another part of that question, I think, was picking up on sort of theory versus evidence. How do, and I just wonder to what extent we've still got that ability to develop theories and then test them. Is that still what is the scope for that?
So I think it comes back to what Chris asked the question about earlier about working in teams. You have to use different approaches, and AI is one approach. Observation is another approach. It's fundamental. You've got to start there. And so there are other different approaches, and you bring different people together to get an overview and do that work in a really constructive way. And so I think if we get hung up on just AI, we are doomed, as Fraser would have said. Doomed.
We're all doomed.
Yes. I do feel that we have to, it's bringing diversity into the way we operate all the time.
I think also at the moment, AI is very much about text, and inquiry in science is about a lot more than text. It's about a lot of observations that are not easily fully encaptured in words. Doing a recent, for sort of thinking about this with teaching and an examination thing, testing out different AI things. And for a sort of very relevant example, I asked it a couple of the different ones to generate images of various geological concepts, starting with, make me a diagram of a normal reverse and strike slip fault. In many ways, if you know the answer, it gives you a great starting point. The incidence of howlers is still really high for that particular one. ChatGPT insisted on hold to the center of the earth for the strike slip fault. The arrows were going that way, the fault was going this way, and no amount of telling it to make the arrows parallel to the fault could persuade it to change them. And it knows absolutely nothing, to be not geoscience related, about musical notation. It absolutely hallucinates beautiful diagrams about musical notation that are completely wrong and are not even self-consistent.
So that human user is vital. Yeah.
And so I think all of the observations in the broader fields that we're talking about that are fundamentally not text-based, at the moment, it cannot make, and it cannot really use very well either, at the moment. Heavy qualifier.
Yes.
More questions from the floor, right in the middle at the back there. Thank you. Yeah, the microphone coming that way.
Thank you. I agree. I think there are a lot of little Huttons out there that we don't know about yet. How do we give the nonconformist, bright, inquisitive, curious young person access to get into the fields of academia if they're not going down the traditional routes, if they don't tick the boxes on the qualifications, if they don't? How do we find them, and how do we give them room to thrive?
Well, and is this specifically thinking about access to tertiary education, to universities, or in other contexts?
Perhaps, but mostly it would come through tertiary education, I would think, because there aren't really the big think tanks with the power to progress within STEM subjects, specifically. So how can we let these young people who might not even know they're that inquisitive or bright or challenging, how can we give them that space to get in amongst you, for instance, to contribute and perhaps give you a few eureka moments, but we won't know unless they get access to thrive?
That's a very good question, but the one which I think is the hardest one of those 2 points you asked was, how do we find them? I think there are ways that we can do things with them. For instance, when I was in Virginia, I used to go out to Wyoming every year on a dinosaur dig. I used to take people with me, students, various people, professionals too. But one year I took this kid who was 13, 14, he came with his mother, had some learning difficulties, but he was dead enthusiastic about dinosaurs. that enthusiasm, I thought, this is gold. And took him out year after year. He's done his PhD. He's an academic in dinosaur paleobiology. And once we kind of find them, I think we can do things with them. As you say, it's bringing them amongst us. But it's actually finding them in the first place that is the difficult thing, and I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Finding them in the first place and then having the structures to support them, because I think that's really, really important. I mean, I've been hugely encouraged to see access to education for neurodiverse groups, for kids from disadvantaged backgrounds, and the way that there has been a lot of kind of knowledge exchange, but also empathy exchange. I think we can learn as much from the different diverse groups that we're not currently reaching as they can learn from us. I think a little bit of humility goes a long way.
So I'd bring in the geographical element. I live in Falkirk, or if I were in Falkirk, I would say I stay in Falkirk. It's got 2 train stations. It's 30 minutes from Edinburgh. It is 20 minutes from Glasgow on the fast line. A lot of people, and I'll be honest, the RSE is often also guilty of this, we say Central Belt when we mean Glasgow and Edinburgh. There are a lot of communities in between. And I've already said I have 2 children. The eldest at school. She goes what is thought to be a very good primary school. I find they are still very unaware of what is on, what is available. That, the RSC would send someone in. That's a trivial project, right? Pay for a train ticket for a Glasgow or Edinburgh academic to go to. There are 4 train lines between Glasgow and Edinburgh that hit most of those towns. But, they don't go in. There's obviously a subset of those children whose parents take them into Glasgow and Edinburgh. My children would fall in that category. And that's the easy bit, The actual Central Belt in between is dead easy for us to access, but we don't do it. And so I think there's part of, there are the children there that we are missing because the stuff that we know how to do is not going there. And we're a big, largely rural countries. Ullapool is a lot harder. But there are lots of bits that are accessible. The other thing, going a little bit further down the track, is that when we are looking at those applications for summer placements, for undergraduate placements, for master's, for PhD, don't just be drawn in by that singular passion. Look at the mind behind the broader statement of interests, because that's how a lot of us got here, isn't it? We somehow managed to sell it.
Okay. I think that's a great question. I mean, I would love to talk to you about, I think that it speaks to engagement work, outreach work, intergenerational learning, the role of the family in influencing pathways for young people. I mean, there's so much. Let's do a whole symposium on it. Thank you for your question. We have got time for one more, and I am going to go to our online audience who have stuck with us this morning, since this morning.
It's a good one, I think, for the last one. It's, what are your thoughts about a broadly based Hutton discussion group for the whole demographic of society?
Ooh.
Where would this take place? Would this be at schools? Would it be in the community?
In the RSE? I don't know.
You might be a bit crowded if we brought the whole of Scotland in here.
You could wrap this up with your final thoughts for the day as well as addressing
I will
the question.
stop talking after this, which would be a delight. I think we do need to encourage spaces where everyone can come together. Okay, I'm biased because I run the cafes, or co-run the Café Scientifique, which is a public access monthly debate, sort of like the Café Philosophique in Paris back in the day. We don't have enough of those spaces, and they're really threatening sometimes. So I do think having somewhere there where we could bring people together and also foreground the communication skills as well as the different skills that everybody has. You might be a brilliant analyst, you might be a brilliant systems thinker. We can all bring our own individual talents to bear, but we've also got to be invested emotionally in it, because unless you can be passionate about what you're doing, you're just going to bore everybody in Scotland.
I think that was a yes then. Lara?
I certainly agree that we need those spaces. I'm not sure what I would outwardly frame it around. I think going back to the tendency to focus on one individual, it would not be around Hutton. I don't know what it would be around, but even if the inspiration has perhaps come from Hutton, that is not what I personally would frame it around going forward.
Fair enough.
I think it's a great catalyst for getting something going, maybe around the natural world. But the thing that I would take away from today is that I think we in the room, we all knew about Hutton beforehand. I'm asking the question sort of back is, have we actually grown the sphere of knowledge about Hutton from today? Possibly not. Why is Hutton not as well known as, for instance, Darwin? Darwin's name will trip off most people's tongues in this country, but Hutton won't. And there's the challenge.
The challenge remains.
The challenge remains, I think, yes.
Well, there's still one more event tonight here at the RSE to work that one out. But it's nearly 4:30, so that brings our daytime symposium to a close. Let's just begin by thanking our latest panellists, to Nick, Lara and Vanessa. Thank you so much. That's okay. And now I'm delighted to welcome Professor Martin Hendry back to the podium, I think, Martin. We could probably stay put so we're not doing too much up and down. Is that okay? Yeah?
Yes, of course. And again, my third bite at the cherry, so I will only detain you for a few moments, but I just want to reflect on what a wonderful programme of presentations and discussions we've enjoyed today. We've shone a light on James Hutton's life and legacy and explored the relevance and resonance of that legacy for present-day societal challenges. I'm certainly leaving with a great deal of food for thought. I'm sure that's true for all of us. I think my main two takeaways, I was typing furiously there during the final two panel discussions. Firstly, I think I leave with a clear reminder of the great importance of interdisciplinary research that seeks holistic solutions to complex challenges. But I think it's important that we recognise that while founded in disciplinary expertise, needs to also celebrate expertise and experience from a diverse range of scientific fields, demographic and cultural backgrounds, and societal perspectives. And maybe as my sort of takeaway one, part B, the importance of making space for curiosity and creativity is the key ingredients within which that discipline-based interdisciplinary thinking can indeed thrive. And then the second main takeaway for me is the need to better communicate Huttonian science in its broadest sense far beyond the academic world, acknowledging that perhaps Hutton was not himself the best at doing this. And I see that as part of pushing back against the sort of, one has to say, almost anti-enlightenment that we can see unfolding around us. And, one should not overstate, but equally one should not understate just how important that is. Frankly, these are issues that are threatening the very future of the planet. So a huge thank you to all of our speakers and panellists, to Hermione for chairing so effectively, to the RSE team for all the behind-the-scenes work to make a great success, and most of all, to our audience here in George Street and online for joining us and engaging so enthusiastically. So finally, just a word about what happens next. Hermione's already said that we have the public event this evening. That starts at 6 p.m. So if you don't have a ticket for that, then I'm afraid it is officially sold out. But never fear, you can join us online at 6 p.m. Or if you wish, if you're feeling a little brave, plan B would be to spend a little more time with us upstairs visiting the exhibition. And it's possible, although by no means guaranteed, that there might be some no-shows, which means places would become available at 6 p.m. So anyway, let me offer one final round of thanks on behalf of the RSE, and let's wish James Hutton a very happy 300th birthday.